Intro. No man is an island. The world around me helped me to where I am today. All my teachers, family, and friends taught me about the web of life. We are all interconnected in ways we can't even imagine. This book will help detail the web of people who helped me on this journey. The definition of innovators is as follows. Innovator. Someone who introduces changes and new ideas. She has won a reputation as a leading innovator in the industry. He was an innovator. He wasn't afraid to try something new.
My brother and I were born December 24th, 1952, in Pasadena, California. We had an incredible childhood. My dad and grandfather owned an aerospace company. The first house I remember was near an orange grove. My brother and I would sneak through the fence and walk in the orange grove. There was a tree house and we'd climb up on it. We were probably 3 years old. Our house was years ahead of its time. My father and grandfather were both inventors. They developed a house where you could walk in the house, clap your hands, and the lights would come on. The outlets weren't on the walls, but hidden in the carpets. We had sensors that when it rained, the windows would close. My mom would watch us in the backyard by a video camera while she was cooking dinner. This house was featured in the Los Angeles Times Home Selection. This is back in the early 50s. In the early 2000s, I saw a Burger King commercial where my mom was making hamburgers. The frying pan was floating in the air. The stove used induction coils. At that same time period, they developed a Jeep that could shoot at its tires and nothing would happen. This Jeep could float downstream. It was lighter and got more miles per gallon than the standard Jeep. They tried to get the United States government to buy the Jeeps, but after several years of losing bids, they saw the handwriting on the wall. If you don't have inside connections with the government, you could have a futuristic Jeep and nobody would care. During this time, they came up with a way to make houses that would cost 1/10 of the present day house. It was all modular. They could put up a complete house in a week. The trade union was strongly opposed to this. Consequently, it was never marketed. I guess those early years really had an impact on me. I subconsciously adapted to always looking towards the future and bring that technology back to the present. One of my first was multimedia. Even before multimedia was born, I had a company with a good longtime friend, John Slavsky. We developed a visual database for the real estate market. You could put in a search for a house, and all house which matched the criteria the house would come up. When you saw a house you liked, it would take you on the tour of the house. The program won awards at trade shows, but it was far too ahead of its time. We developed some trial photo database programs for the Department of Justice, but finally lost to IBM, who bidded $1 for the job. One of my first impressions when I was young was that when my brother and I was born, I said to him, "You go first and check it out." My brother remembers going down a long, bright tunnel in ecstasy and then told me to come down. I remember it was a rush and both of us laughed inside. When we were young, my brother and I had our own telepathic communication with each other. A lot of people thought we had communication problems because we didn't talk English very well. I remember our state of communication was nonverbal, but with thoughts, pictures, emotions, and experience. It was like if you wanted to know about an apple and you never seen one. Talking was one way to explain about an apple. Another way was to graphically send the experience of an apple. I remember hearing stories about tribes in the South Sea Islands who would communicate with their loved ones telepathically. Today, we use telephones. Our sense of communication is more physical. It's kind of funny that people think it is mystical when it's probably very natural. We have simply not used this communication, so we forget we ever had this ability. So now we scoff at the idea that men can communicate in ways that we don't imagine. I remember in the sixth grade, my brother and I received a series of exercises from my father. My dad drew each exercise on a brown piece of paper. It was enclosed in a brown folder. At that time, my dad said these exercises came from the Air Force. I practiced these exercises for many years. When I began to study yoga, I found out these exercises were really yoga postures. It wasn't until 20 years later that my dad told me that he had a yoga teacher in the early 60s. Those exercises came from my dad's teacher. It was kind of funny. For years, my dad couldn't understand my brother and I. When he found out that both of us were on the same wavelength, we both laughed. It's kind of funny that years later, I realized that the exercises my dad taught me were the foundation of the exercises I do today. Even back then, I was guided in learning about ancient postures which create good health to the body. I did not have any formal teachers, but my brother and I did these exercises every day. To this day, it is a foundation for my physical health. I was lucky as a child. My parents were conscious of the foods we ate. We weren't vegetarian, but our diet was excellent. Our diet consisted of vegetables, grains, fruits, and poultry. We only had soda pop for Christmas and Easter. We had some junk food, but fortunately it was controlled. My body thrived on good, wholesome food. These habits were easily incorporated into my life later on. As a child, my brother and I would go to bed between 7:30 and 8 o'clock every night. Our bodies naturally followed the rhythms of life. Consequently, we hardly ever got sick. I was probably out sick for a week total my whole 12 years in school. Subconsciously, my life was directed to a healthy lifestyle. My mom said you can go to bed as late as you want, knowing that we'd be so tired around 8 o'clock and we would just fall asleep. I remember my mom kissing us goodnight, and we would fall asleep before she got out the door. I believe that everything is contained in our DNA. I feel at a young age, I tapped into the past where I had this spiritual upbringing where the human body is divine. At this time, none of my friends could relate to this. This is another factor that we can listen and find guidance from within. We are never alone. Mentors. We are all shaped by our society. No man is an island. We all learn from each other. These are the teachers who helped shape my life for the better. Joan Condon. Mrs. Condon was my English teacher. She had a sparkle for life. I remember one day a student played on a record player all over the Watchtower by Jimi Hendrix. She led a beautiful discussion on the lyrics, which I still remember today. She was innovative in her teaching style. It was fun and entertaining to go to her class. Betty Topalian. Mrs. Topalian was my poetry teacher in my senior year. She taught me the love of poetry. I remember one day we had an assignment to read a poem. I found a spiritual poem and read it to the class. She asked me what it means, and I said it was self-explanatory. To be honest, I had no clue. She knew that and was kind enough not to go further. She inspired me to look at ways that are different in society. There is a world where words come from, will come up to the surface to be a creative force for mankind. She helped me to dive deep to discover the pearls of life. Bob Wentz. What can I say about Bob Wentz? He was a figurehead in Newport Harbor for many years. He was my speech teacher. He thought outside of the box. Nick Roth and I had to give a speech together. We asked Mr. Wentz if we could do a talk on surfing at the beach. He said yes. He somehow managed to arrange a bus to take students to Newport Pier where Nick and I did a surfing demonstration and a talk on surfing. He really cared about his students and would do things out of the ordinary. Julia Smart. Julia was my culinary arts teacher. Wow, what can I say? She taught me by following a recipe you can make anything you want. This opened me up to the world of cooking. I never took two and two together. Since then, my passion for ethnic food has skyrocketed. It has opened up many new doors. My cooking partner was Scott Adams, a neighbor for many years. We had a lot of fun cooking together. I still remember the good times. Jim Hemsley. Mr. Hemsley was a surfer and teacher at our high school. I remember surfing at Huntington Pier one day, and I saw Mr. Hemsley swimming to shore. It was quite a big day. I said, "Hi, Mr. Hemsley. Do you need any help?" He said yes. So we slowly paddled to shore in my longboard. We made it to shore, and then I paddled out again. The waves were quite good that day. About 6 months later, my mom bumps into Mr. Hemsley and said, "Your son saved my life. Without him, I would have drowned." I nonchalantly didn't think anything at the time.
Betty Topalian, Poetry Assignment. I remember one day, Mrs. Topalian gave us an assignment. We were to find a poem that we liked and had to read it to the class. I just started to learn how to meditate. I chose this incredible Eastern poem. I don't remember the name of it. Somehow I gravitated to it. I didn't know its meaning. Anyway, all the students gave their readings. It was my turn to read the poem. I read the poem, and my teacher asked if I could critique the poem. I said it was self-explanatory. To be honest, it was at such a deep level. I didn't have the life experience to say anything. She has such great compassion. She didn't press me on it. Most teachers wouldn't let you get away so easily. Yet, a seed was planted, and she didn't crush the seed. Years later, I love to ponder life and its meanings. I often wondered how my life would be if she was a typical teacher who had her rules. If you don't follow them exactly, you will feel the consequences. To this day, I am grateful. She had great intuition and saw my struggle. She gave me inspiration to follow my dreams. That is what a teacher is all about. I'm still learning the powers of words in my everyday life. I feel so honored to have such a teacher.
Joe Lopez. I first met Joe in India. Joe at the time was the owner of a dojo in New York City. He started the school in the 60s. Joe and his students provided security for Reggie at the Festival of Montrose. I was always impressed by Joe's demeanor. Here he was an incredible martial artist, and he had a heart of gold. He was kind and considerate towards others. He embodied the spirit of martial artists throughout history. When I lived in New York, Joe told me the story of how he got involved in Tai Chi and Qigong. One day he met a Tai Chi master in the early 70s. The master says, "Hit me in the stomach as hard as you can." Joe says, "I won't do that, I could kill you." The master says, "No, you won't." So Joe hits the masters and nothing happens. The master says, "Now it's my turn." The master doesn't even touch Joe, but with his hands sends energy through them and sends Joe crashing into a wall. That's how Joe gets introduced to Tai Chi and Qigong. He has been practicing ever since. Joe moved to Santa Monica in the 80s. He has taught classes at a park for over 30 years. Joe has combined meditation and his martial art practice to refine himself for over 50 years. I like that. I just found out I was writing this on May 7th, that today is Joe's birthday. I haven't seen or spoken to Joe in over 30 years. Happy birthday, Joe. When I lived in Miami Beach, I read an article in Omni magazine about the Monroe Institute. Robert Monroe was a radio engineer in the late 50s. One day he was sleeping, he felt himself drifting outside of his body. He thought he was dying. He had this experience recurring every month or so. Finally, he went to the doctor. He was concerned that he was going crazy or he had some major illness. Robert told the doctor what was happening, and the doctor told him that maybe he was having an out-of-body experience. He recommended some books to read on the subject. Robert Monroe learned that his experiences were about the same as his. Maybe he wasn't so crazy after all. The experience kept on coming. Being a radio engineer, he thought, can I produce this experience by using sound waves? After years of research, he learned to utilize sound waves. He came up with a system which uses sound waves to trigger the right and left hemisphere synchronization of the brain. This technique can be modified for learning, health, exploring, etc. The Omni article said he had a week-long course in the foothills of Virginia. I was fascinated by this article, called the office, and found out there was an opening for the course. This course is called Gateways. I arrived at the site of the course and was captivated by the beauty of the place. The site was in the mountains. There were a few houses in the property. The foundation owned a good chunk of land. We were oriented on days of what to be. They took away our watches, so we had no idea what time it was. This is no ordinary course. Most courses I know are a lecture. This course was based upon experience. At the Institute, our actual living quarters was our laboratory. Each bed had its own individual unit. There were headphones with a microphone, which I'll tell about later. There was a curtain which closed off the bed so no light could come in. Each unit was totally self-contained. At the first meeting, they told us a schedule. We would get up in the morning, shower, and then play a series of tapes. After each tape, we would go to a conference room and talk about our experience. We would do this throughout the day. We would have lunch and breaks throughout the day. Day one started. We learned about Focus 10. The step was about how to put your body asleep at the same time keep our mind awake. The tapes were incredibly produced. We put on these headphones, lie down on our bed, and have these incredible experiences. Day after day, the experiences would build on each other. I remember some experience being completely taken out of my body and being bathed in light. There were talks with angels. I call the Monroe Institute the Disneyland of spirituality. It was amazing to go to a place and see modern scientific equipment being used for self-discovery. So many of these tapes were for our own self-discovery. I remember in some tapes, I could hardly walk afterwards. I was quite shy and didn't talk too much about my experiences. I would recommend this program to anybody. During our course, we had a doctor, minister, computer programmers, housewives, and people from all walks of life. It was definitely worth it. Robert Monroe is definitely an amazing man. He's definitely on the cutting edge of technology.
Okay, the name of this tape was 1520. In this tape, I felt the best kind of resonance around green and purple. And that's the state that I felt like I was not in this game. Just beginning slowly, just experiencing what this all means. Okay. I just wish that they would have people to experience with the white light, which I was interested in. Slowly, I'm going to understand what this all means past 15, and will soon find out. state of 1 month pattern, and based on what I kind of zoned out a little bit, but I just see that all I have to do is just have something in my mind, hold it, and just repeat it every single day, and it will definitely come true. To just put it into my subconscious. And what I plan to do is just that I am incorporating everything in my life. I'm incorporating everything that I learn in my life. And that's the main key. I plan to really use these techniques that I have come with over the past week and incorporate them in my life. And to take them and to do something about them. And really make it productive. I see that I am the director of my life. And I am in charge of maintaining my emotions and keeping them in check. And it's happening. And at the same time, I experience just beautiful love and light inside. Just kind of draw in there and rest with such a peaceful rest. The name of this day was Reese from the very last day. I just got no place inside. I just completely just so and that simple joke that his expressions I guess I just planned to make what's gonna I do that wasn't sure it's a giant little stronger than it is. I just say that called I help and I am he's there my guide's friend just look up to and just wait and see. Freeform 15. My experience of Freeform 15 was completely wonderful. I just went to such a deep place inside. I had this most wonderful thing that happened there. In that state, Kathy was there, and we were just both just beings of light. And there was this big heart that surrounded us, and we were just totally just one in that heart. And out of that heart, our souls just merged. There's this light that came from my third eye, and came from Kathy's third eye, and just totally, it was like two laser beams of light, of love, just merged into both of our bodies. And we just totally just became one. And then it was so beautiful that it was like a sexual experience. It was a form of sexual expression, but it wasn't a sexual energy, just pure love. I was just, we were both completely, totally fulfilled in that love, in that joy, in that happiness. Just total, ecstatic self-expression. Because I was just inside of her and riding that wave inside, riding that wave of love, and just completely, both of us were in tune and just in sync, and in one with each other. And it was so beautiful. Coming from Kathy's breast was like this milk, just like light form, this light just coming out and out and out, and I was drinking and drinking. It was completely, completely wonderful. And then at one point, Kathy was there along with her daughter Chrissy, and she just, both of them just gave me a big, big smile. And then all four of us, my daughter Chanda and I and Chrissy and Kathy were there, and we were just holding hands and just laughing and dancing and singing and playing. And it really was just like a family of love, just being in love and enjoying each other and laughing and playing and singing. Another point, after this sexual self-expression between Kathy and I, she just laid right on top of me. I just held her and held her, and we just exchanged just a wonderful warmth and love between us. Just completely, just both of us were just totally saturated in that love and just totally just in tune with each other. And it was so wonderful, such a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful feeling. I feel like I've known her for a while, I don't know where, and somehow there's a connection between me and Kathy and Shrimraji. I really haven't figured it out. But I just have wonderful feelings, knowing that something beautiful and simple is really manifesting in my life. And I'm open to it. I'm open to seeing what will happen between us. And to see already it's such a wonderful, wonderful thing that is really happening. And later on, in one of the tapes, one of the questions, they said that I should talk to Kathy and see that during Thanksgiving, my daughter and I, we should go and visit Kathy and Chrissy and just really just see, what can happen, and just make it like a family affair. Just maybe we're not a family, but just in essence, just all four people just united in a simple spirit of joy and happiness, just to play and have fun and just really be of what we are. Yes, that's the end of that. Okay, the introduction to Focus 21 was a completely mind-blowing experience. Just Bob, as soon as I put on my headphones, I'm just totally united in that light, just completely submerged in that love inside, just totally just taken over, just like I was flying and with a whole group of swans, and this is an incredible lake where there was all these lotus flowers just blooming and blooming. I just went through the various stages of consciousness. He took me from 10 to 12 to 15 through the different colors. And at 21, a most marvelous thing happened. Bob was there, just shining, and just in his joyful self. He just looked at me in his form and he gave me the thumbs up sign and says, "Go for it, just enjoy it, just really enjoy the show." And there was just so much love and communication between us. I recognized him and he recognized me, and just like, yeah, both of us know this is an incredible, incredible journey, the ultimate journey. And from then on, once he said that, I was just completely just ready just to accept and to experience going into that wonderful, wonderful light that I'm used to, but just going into a new way of seeing how beautiful, of what an incredible place that is. And I just totally went there and just experienced that light, which is just supreme love and happiness. And it completely fulfilled me. Every single cell, every single molecule of my whole body was just resonating in that light. And I was just one, just bathing in that light, bathing in that joy, and just being in that atmosphere, just flying like a swan, flying like that beautiful bird, the most beautiful bird on the face of the planet, that swan, which is free. And I felt like my soul was just free. My soul was just singing in that joy and that happiness inside. And I was just one. It was so wonderful. And one of the most magnificent TIP experiences was Freeform 21. I don't know if there's any words to describe really what happened there. From the moment I put on my headphones, throughout the whole process, I was completely riding the wave of ecstasy, the wave of joy. And that was technical. Bob was just a genius to develop that, because the sounds that he was emanating were the sounds, were the frequencies that exist inside. It was completely a marvelous, marvelous experience. Just to be completely inside that experience of joy. And at several times throughout that, I would just have these wonderful visions of seeing Kathy and just being with her, and she was smiling at me, and then I would just drift away and just once again just dive more and deeper and deeper and deeper into that joy, and just going deeper and deeper and deeper into that light. And my whole body was just like an astronaut experiencing the G's and the different types of energies, how powerful and how incredible they are, and how it just touches a very molecular system of my whole being. And even beyond that, just goes to that point of just reaching the soul, reaching the very essence of life. And I just feel so wonderful knowing that everything is really happening in my life. That I have a vision, I have a quest, and it's happening and it's working. And I have some very good feelings about me and Kathy. And ever since last night, I just really am accepting and open and receptive to what's going to happen. And to know that I found somebody who wants to have that same type of experience that I'm yearning for and learning and want to be in. And that I can be in a foundation myself of strength and joy. And that she wants to be in that same place herself. And that's such a beautiful thing, such a beautiful foundation just to build something on. When both people are building their lives upon that inner experience, and diving for it, and going for it, and just thriving for it. And I'm just in a very, very happy place. Very happy place. Knowing that all my dreams are really coming true on all levels. I guess one experience I really would like to express is my very last night. I went to bed about 12. I was kind of tired, and I just needed just to go inside and experience that inner beauty and just reside there and be by myself. So I went to sleep, and I just got absorbed and just went inside and drifted and just was in that world of love. And I fell into a nice, deep sleep. And around 3 o'clock sharp in the morning, I woke, bam, automatically just woke right up, wide awake. And something inside of me told me, go take a shower. And after I take a shower, I go upstairs and visit Kathy. So I did this, and it was so wonderful. And so I was kind of wondering, well, what am I doing? But I just had that faith and had that trust, that intuition that something was just telling me. Some of my guys were just telling me, here, this is something that do it right now. Don't question it, just do it. So I did it. So I went up to Kathy's room, and I went into her room and went very quietly, very slowly, and opened up the curtain and slowly, just very gently touched her. And she looked at me, and I could tell she was kind of in a state of shock herself. She didn't know, if I was in my astral body or what was happening. She thought, I really just flew, because all she could see was my head and shoulders. She couldn't see the rest of my body. So then she was kind of startled. She looked, what's happening here? She says, is that you, or is that a ghost? But I just, reassured her, yes, that was me. And then I just, climbed in with her, and just the whole night, we just held each other and just exchanged that feelings, emotions, the experience of love between one another. We just caressed each other and held each other. And there was such a warm inner exchange of love. It wasn't like a sexual energy. Maybe at times there was a little bit that would manifest, but it was more just the energy of love, energy of satisfaction and of joy, and of just being with each other and feeling each other and just caressing each other. It was a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful experience. I mean, what a way to end the week. Just with somebody that you love, and somebody that maybe I knew in the past, which I probably did, and once again am discovering of how beautiful we can really make it, and just to take one step at a time. And just so wonderful. And I remember at times I was aware of myself snoring, and yet I was in such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful state inside, just completely seen and being surrounded by love, by that light, by that joy, by that inner music, and by that inner energy, just completely bathed in that. And just seeing this beautiful, beautiful swans just completely surrounding Kathy and I, just like protecting us and saying, yes, everything is A-okay. Everything is going according to plan. Just relax and really enjoy each other and just help one another. And at one time, at one point, Kathy was just drifting away in her sleep. And then I saw for the first time one of my Indian guides called Running Water. And it was so wonderful. I saw his face. I saw him as an Indian. And at one time, Running Water, was my physical brother. We were brothers, and we were in a state of just running and laughing and playing and discovering the forces of nature together. And here he is now. He was my guide. He was my friend. And I saw him. And it was such a beautiful, beautiful connection. Because for a long time, I really wanted to know. I really wanted to see him. I knew we were friends. And we had such a brilliant communication between each other. And I went into a somewhat of a dream state. And right after I came out of my dream state, bam! There he was. Just running water. just like that eternal brave. Just forceful, powerful, and yet just full of love, just full of guidance, full of acceptance. And that consciousness lies inside of me. And I just felt so wonderful that whole night. The whole night, just from 3 on, just holding Kathy in my arms and caressing her. And sometimes we just gently would kiss each other, and then just holding her and holding her, and just transmitting that love that I had just into her, and just being there. And it was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, this is Richard Fletcher, and this is Monday, October something, and on the second day of the Gateway program, and I'd like to say that up to this point, I'm diving deeper and discovering more of myself, and I'm very impressed by the whole operation that is happening around here. And this Gateway program. Thanks. This is the energy bar tool, and my experience was building the energy bar. Was going to take some time to get into it and develop it, and this kind of tool you can actually use it for. It wasn't too hard to construct. It was a very, actually my experience was very, very simple. I kind of drifted to sleep. Kind of wasn't there the whole time. But I definitely had some powerful connections beforehand, seeing that this energy bar could take me to another dimension, could take me to the other side. It's definitely got endless possibilities of what the bar can be used for. Definitely through this bar, I think I can probably use it as a beacon further on to attract guides or to attract other people who can protect me from other things. It's probably all in one versatile tool. And I just need to develop more and more usage of it and to see exactly where I can actually implement and what way and what form it can be reused. And that's the end of that. Okay, let's take force 3, 4, 10 in my experience. Was that I was using the energy bar. I was trying to see and trying to feel how I can actually use it in kind of practical form. I use it. And I use it in many different ways. One, I use the energy bar to create a vibration inside of me. I make the vibration, the frequency, I increase it, and I make it move that good, faster and faster and faster and faster. The other thing that I was going to use the energy bar by going up and down my body is using it as a laser to take away all the negative energy, all the negativity in my body. Then within my brain, into my subconscious, and there it turns from darkness, unconscious, into light, into more conscious things. I can be aware and change myself. Then I use the energy bar experiencing a place. Actually, not a place, but to know that the end of the reach experience of another dimension. And let's see what else I can do. Basically, I see this turn my own attention to see how I can use it, how I can train it, and let go. As a light protector. This is a lift-off tape, and in this tape what I experience it simply lifting myself up to the top of a roof into a cloud, and then I lifted myself up past around the area past the moon. And it was more of a visualization exercise than an actual lift-off. But I visualized each step of the process, lifting myself up and lowering myself down. And mostly I visualize it by seeing inside and actually trying to put myself in that place and being in that place inside. Trying to see and feel and put together the kinesiologies of actually lifting up. Okay, that's it. Introduction to Focus 12. And before the tea began, I was already just completely sailing inside. What I tried to do was just this time, for a long time, just totally accept myself from the hesitations, and that was what I meditated, just trying to be there, just to accept that self, just accept that thing, and the hesitation is my friend. And then I just go inside and just enjoy, just like a child. And the Focus 12 state was such an incredible, beautiful state. The freedom and joy and happiness and being expanded and just being there and enjoying it like a child. Like a child that just accepts and accepts. And that's the place that I see from here on out that I want to be, just to accept. And the hesitation is there, just accept it as my friend, say it's okay. I don't have to control any kind of experience. All I have to do is simply ride with that experience. Just ride with that joy. Just ride with that beauty. Ride with that light. Just have that experience completely just come to me without its own accord. I know what I'm looking for, and I know that it's happening moment by moment, and it will open up to me at this prime moment. And in the meantime, I am just simply enjoy it and enjoy it, experience it, and just completely put my attention to just being open to whatever is supposed to come my way, not being directed towards one aspect which I think it has to go one way or one forward. Just to be open and open and open. And Focus 12 is a beautiful state. I've been there many times before, and many times. And this tape was called Problem Solving, And my problem that I'm trying to solve Asha's question, I want to know how can I practically leave my body consciously at will. And I had one vision of walking down the stairs, or the gate broken from upstairs to downstairs. And then the consciousness to my question side, another answers that I found were that it was saying that I'm being prepared, I'm learning the tools, don't really worry about it, but simply everything will come to you. Just as a matter of relaxing into that experience and accepting it, and it will come in its time. And most of all, just be patient, and it will come. These are means. It is not a supernatural thing, and some are not others. But if we just practice it, it will happen, it will manifest. And this was an experience that basically I put out, and I waited, and I came back. And I'm just learning now to more visualize and to see images and to accept images and to see that there's something for me to learn from them, something to learn from images, things that maybe in the past I would ignore. Now I have the opportunity to actually focus and perceive. And the name of this tape was Free Flow 12. And my main point, my main object was really to explore this state of consciousness. Really to just let go and simply enjoy, to experience what this place could take me. And it's a very beautiful experience that I have of just completely just being in the light and just experiencing that incredible vibration inside. It's simply just riding with the wave and just riding with the energy and being with it and seeing the really form inside. And I saw a picture of a person here named Kathy who was here and just experiencing her inner beauty and her happiness. And just very simple friendship. And it's just very beautiful, very simple. And I just wrote that experience and being opened up to various NPC's communication. Because I know I have the ability inside, it's there, it's latent individual experience with my brother. And overall, just a very simple, beautiful experience of just being open and experiencing just the potential that lies there. And I'm very happy right here, very happy in this place, very happy just to have the opportunity to be at this program, to relax and to swim and to go and have fun and be with people and be with myself and really establish that connection inside, that foundation. The name of this tape was The Movement, and this tape, there are different positions of how to make the body. And the first one, actually was very most powerful, was doing the long route. I tried that several times. I feel definitely practice very powerfully to go and explore different worlds and different dimensions inside myself, inside the universe. Practice will keep it. And the next thing was letting myself up on the street, get bored, laying down, just stand up at 45 degrees. It's very powerful. all alone, so I want to see that glimpse that, yes, I can experience that freedom of all directions, that freedom of just flowing that warm down this body. And I see that it's alive, it is heavy, and the long round that will give as I feel myself slowly, gently getting stuck with no other due time. Just turn and just slowly turn, float away, and just experience what we are doing about this body. Just experience that joy and freedom. And this is a tape called 5 Questions. And the first question was, who am I? And my last past lifetime. And I realized that I was a devotee of Ramakrishna, and my name was N. And I guess I wrote the Gospel of Ramakrishna. And that's why one time when I was a kid, I wrote the book Autobiography of a Yogi, and I identified with Yogananda. Yogananda would often come and see me as a child. And I guess the question was my purpose here. My purpose here on earth is to expand and to become completely one with my Lord and to express His knowledge, His love, and establish the type of communication that a human being can have with his Creator and all the glorious manifestations. And when it came to what my purpose is, my purpose was really to do that. And let me see what the message was. The message that they told me to do was to just keep on trucking, essentially. Just keep on going and expanding. And really open myself, and they will lead me to areas. And this workshop that I'm doing, I dreamed this a long time ago. This family manifesting and all those dreams that I have, aspirations, are really going to come true. And they are coming true. And this was delightful. Really beautiful. Just to go and go and go. And the question was, who am I? And this is NPC, and I just got totally just completely taken away. I just saw all these incredible things, like this light coming out of my navel, blooming double blossom, a Christmas tree with Jesus on it. Next thing I know, it's around this table with some kind of people from outer space, and they're just talking to me, and just so much feeling of just love and energy and emotion and excitement and joy. And my body just sweating and just tears in my eyes, and I'm just joyous. So now I know what NPC was, and I had that time again. And it's such an incredible place, incredible experience. To know that's the type of communication that's happening. Oh man. I just started to say thank you. Oh man. I'm just totally 100% fulfilled. I just can't believe this is the communication feel just to feel and see what type of communication we get to have. Just pure love being transmitted. Yes, this tape was the introduction to 15. And my experience of this tape was brought to a point where I could really said that it was, there's a tremendous glory, tremendous light, where everything light in it, and that's inside of myself. And I just want to do that, being in it, always being in it. So-called dark time zone, it's possible to travel to any time zone that one desires. And that's that place that you have experienced that before. It's wonderful to know how to just slowly just ease yourself into that consciousness. Missions, things that you want to do, and listen, receive as made. Absolutely wonderful to know, to experience. There is a playfulness that is beyond. I've heard about it before, but I've never actually experienced it. It was beautiful, light, speech, free, beyond time. Just beyond time. Pregnancy also people are challenging and hard time talking because there's so much energy, so much, and hard time getting used to it. I've this experience there. Well, 15, I experienced that existed between just me, just me doing that experience. And my daughter was there doing This was the no tape experience. And I guess it was just like all the rest of the tapes. I just brought myself in at 10, then 12, and then 15, and then all of those states. There was an inner hymn-seek within which I clearly just listened to and just wrote that, and they just made it faster and faster. I just found myself on the various states of consciousness, just clearly and easy, just going right through them. And just in the 15th state, just explored that state. It's just beautiful, just to be in a place where there's no time, just light and love and happiness and joy. And to know that we really don't need the tapes, they're just like training wheels on a bicycle. And it's just nice to know that there's a real imaging technique inside where you can just listen to. The silence is so beautiful, so wonderful. Just listen and be, experience that beauty inside. And I guess I'm very happy just to know that I can incorporate this into my life. And that knowledge inside is really the key. Good to see that it's all rapidly. This incredible, incredible love that exists inside. And this is all coming so natural and so beautiful and so wonderful. In the communication point 15, I was in state and I asked any kind of messages. The messages I got were non-verbal communication. And the first message was a picture of Kathy. And the next picture was an image of a dove making peace. And then they brought us down the whole that image of Sri Raji. The whole feeling that just sensing, discovering that there is communication and focus 15th state, the timeless state, and that's where my guides teach me and lead me and communicate. They communicate in a language, not in words, but in images. That's what it is. They transmit their self to me in images. I just need to learn more about them. And I guess that's about all that I can say. Just that I'm very hopeful about communicating with my guides until I'm learning more about my imagery inside. Learning that it really is working. Things really are manifesting in my life. Yes, this tape was in motion. And before the tape started, they played Amazing Grace. I really couldn't believe it. It was emerging there, all this crowd, the glory. And it was just so emotional because it just brought me back where I was 15 years ago, who I am now. It was very emotional and cried over. Just experience this joy, it really is. The amazing grace. Because life really is amazing, it really is glorious. And in the scenes that, and the fears that kind of drifted off, and when I came back, I was just surrounded by, across all, some swans in the air, swans inside. And I really tried to gets to the tape. My emotions are due to the fear of rejection and the fear of change. I guess some of the techniques of tape I still have a hard time knowing what it was. I had to work that out a little bit more. But main thing I just want to emphasize is just amazing grace. It really is amazing. Truly amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Words. And I guess that's the main thing. I'm just simply protecting me. Protecting my life. The this tape was a Relation Galaxy. At this point, as soon as I put my headphones, I was totally just gone. And I just went to this place. It's the center of the universe. And then the center of the universe was this incredible power of love, the primordial energy in the universe. And it was completely so wonderful, so beautiful. Just to feel the unity of the universe is being supported by this primordial vibration, by this energy, and the Word of God. And I visualized in that state swans and this beautiful lotus flower just blooming and blooming and blooming. And that place, there exists all the masters, my guides, and that divine light, that light that exists, that light of God. And that was such a wonderful, wonderful place to be. Just experiencing that fundamental building block. And I was going to those phases and my body was like an astronaut experiencing the various G's force, that energy. And it just made my body feel totally contorted. I'm still not out of that place. I just want to live there, dwell there. Okay, maybe this exercise was 5 messages, and the 5th message was that I have something to do in a couple of months, and maybe December or something of this year. There's a mission that I'm getting prepared for, and something is really going to happen to me. And then my 4th one was that they were saying that I should be good friends with Kathy, and that means just being a good spiritual friend, help her and support her, and just really love, Susan and Dion, and just see whatever happens, but just take care of them. Then we start tackling number 1, and number 1 thing they wanted was me to really express devotion. How the Lord wants love and is dying for love. And He just wants me to do that. And then number 2 is just to know that anything I want, I've ever dreamed of, every single dream, all that will come true. And I want the opportunity to completely satisfy all my dreams and be at one and just completely live in that state. And another purpose was to really love everybody who I encounter, is to be that peace bird, that peace bomb, is to really love and express love to everybody that I meet, is to be an example of being a messenger of the Lord. I don't remember the other one. What was the other? that be a message of love, example, really loving life. Surrender, right? To message and devotion. And everything we want in surrender. I can see also. His day was fine flow, and actually this was a real nice day. Bob just increased that frequency level, just got in tune with the frequency level. I just went higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. And that's why I just completely absorbed in that energy and that light. Nothing new, but it's still incredible. Just that half that experience of just going, just rocking in the way, swimming.
Intro. This is Richard Fletcher, Monday, October something, second day of the Gateway program. I would like to say at this point, I'm diving deeper and discovering more of myself, and I'm very impressed by the whole operation that is happening around here. Energy bar tool. My experience was building the energy bar was going to take some time to get into in order to develop it. It wasn't too hard to construct. My experience was very simple. I kind of drifted to sleep. I wasn't there for the whole time, but I had some powerful connections beforehand to see this energy bar could take me to another dimension. It could take me to the other side. It definitely has endless possibilities for what this bar can be used for. I can use this bar as a beacon to attract my guides, or to use it to protect me from other things. It looks like a versatile tool. I just need to develop more and more usage of it. Freeform 10. This tape was Freeform 10. My experience was using the energy bar and trying to see and trying to feel how I could actually use it in a practical form. I used this energy bar to create a vibration inside of me that was vibrating faster, 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 and faster. I then used the energy bar to go up and down my body. I used it like a laser to take away all the negative energy and impurities from my body. I would then take it into my brain and subconscious. From there, it turned my dark subconscious into light. From there, I had the ability to be more conscious. Then I used the energy bar to create swirling effects around my body. This would create a much more intense kind of energy. I put this energy bar in my third eye. I was experiencing an inner dimension. Liftoff. This is the liftoff tape. This tape, I found myself I lifted myself through the roof, through the clouds, past the moon. I lifted myself and then lowered myself down. I was putting together the kinesiology of actual lifting off. Introduction to Focus 12. Before the tape even began, I was just completely sailing inside. I was totally just accepting myself. I was trying to accept my hesitations. Hesitations is your friend. Just go inside and enjoy the experience just like a child. In the Focus 12 state is such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful state. It is a state of freedom, of joy, and of happiness. It was an expanded state of awareness. I was experiencing this state just like a child. A child just accepts and accepts. This is the place I want to be all the time, the place of acceptance. If the hesitation is there, accept it just like a friend. It's okay. I don't have to control any kind of experience. All I have to do is ride on that energy, just ride on that joy, just ride on that beauty, and ride on that light. All I have to do is let the experience come to me on its own accord. I know what I'm looking for, and I know it's happening moment by moment. It will open up to me in its prime moment. In the meantime, I will just enjoy each experience that comes to me. I'm putting my attention on what is coming my way. I'm not being directed towards one aspect of what I think is supposed to happen, but just to have an open mind. Focus 12 is such a beautiful state. I've been there many, many times before. Problem solving. This tape is called Problem Solving. My problem that I was trying to solve was the question, how can I practically leave my body consciously? I had this one vision walking down the stairs from the Gateway program, from upstairs to downstairs. And then an answer came to me that I'm learning the tools. Don't really worry about it. Everything will simply come to you. It's just a matter of relaxing into that experience and just accept it. It will come in due time. Most of all, just be patient. It will come. There are means. This is not a supernatural thing. If you practice, it will happen. It will manifest. This was the question I put out, and I waited. And this was the answer that I got. I'm just learning how to more visualize and to see images and to accept images. There's something for me to learn from these images. In the past, I would ignore them, but I know not to look at them. I now know to look at them and to embrace them. Free Flow 12. The name of this tape is Free Flow 12. My main objective was to explore this state of consciousness. I just let go and just enjoy this state of consciousness. It's very beautiful, that experience I had. I was just bathing in the light of experiencing that beautiful vibration inside. I was just riding that wave and riding that energy inside. I saw a picture of a person named Catherine who was there. I was just experiencing her inner beauty and her happiness. I was just experiencing a very simple friendship. It was very beautiful and very simple. I just rode with that experience and was open to various nonverbal communication experiences. I had the ability inside of me. It's there and it's latent, and I have experience with my brother. Overall, it's a very simple, beautiful experience. It was beautiful to see the potential that is there. I'm very happy with this place. I'm very happy to partake in this program, just to relax and swim and socialize. I feel I'm really establishing a stronger connection inside. Free movement. The name of this tape is Free Movement. There are different positions to leave the body. The first one was the most powerful. I feel with this technique I can master it with some practice. It's a very powerful way to explore different worlds and dimensions inside of myself. The next thing was lifting myself up from a string lying down and lifting myself up at a 45-degree angle. This is very powerful. All in all, I can see the glimpse that I can experience the freedom that I want. I see that it's happening. In the long road, I will definitely have that experience. 5 questions. There's the tape called 5 Questions. The first question is, who am I? My last lifetime, I realized I was a student of Ramakrishna, a famous Indian saint in the 1800s. My name was N. I wrote the Gospel of Ramakrishna. That's what I read, the autobiography of a yogi, completely identified with Yogananda. Yogananda would come and see me as a child. My next question is, what is my purpose here? My purpose here on earth is to expand, become completely one with the Lord, and to express His knowledge and love. Also to establish the kind of communication a human being can have with his Creator. The message that I was told to do was keep on trucking, keep on going, and I will be led to areas I never knew existed. This workshop that I'm doing is something I wanted to do for a long time. All my dreams and aspirations are coming true. This tape was delightful just to go deeper and deeper into this experience. Nonverbal communication. I just can't believe it. This tape is nonverbal communication. I just got totally taken away. I saw all these incredible things, lights coming on my navel, blooming to a lotus blossom, a Christmas tree with Lord Jesus on it. The next thing I knew, around this table were people from outer space sitting around. They were just talking to me, and there was such a feeling of love, energy, emotion, excitement, and joy. My whole body was sweating, and tears of joy were streaming down my face. Now I know what the experience at NBC is. It's such an incredible place and experience. This is the type of communication that human beings are meant to have. I just wanted to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just totally, 100% fulfilled. I just can't believe this. This form of communication is so beautiful. Just to see and feel the kind of communication that we can have. Just pure love being transferred. Introduction to Focus 15. This tape was the introduction to Focus 15. My experience of this time was to sense and experience a state of no time. There was a tremendous void, a tremendous light inside of me. By being with this light, it is possible to travel to any time zone, past, present, and future. It's wonderful to know that through this experience, I can learn to do so. I can slowly just ease myself into this consciousness. It's incredible to know that there's a place that is beyond time. There is so much energy that was hard to get used to. Free Flow 15. This state was Free Flow 15. I experienced a beautiful love with Kathy. I experienced a beautiful connection between us. I just completely want to dive into that experience. I know I've met her before, but I don't remember where. See, Maledict experience. My daughter was there, and her daughter was there. We were all playing and laughing together. It was so much fun. We were all experiencing so much joy and happiness. No tape experience. This was the no tape experience. This was like all the rest of the tapes. I brought myself into 10, then 12, then 15. All the states I experienced and an inner NVC communication. I just rode this inner wave that keep on getting faster and faster and faster. I found myself in the various states of consciousness. It was so easy to just go right through them. When I reached the 15th state, I just explored that state. It was so beautiful to be in this place where there's no time, just love, light, and happiness. We don't need these tapes. They're just like training wheels on a bicycle. It's nice to know there's a technique that we can use to experience this. The silence is wonderful and beautiful. I'm very happy to know that I can incorporate this into my life. It's all happening. What incredible love that exists inside. It's so natural and beautiful. Communication point 15. Communication point 15. I went to a state and asked for any kind of messages. The messages I received were in the form of NVC, verbal communication. My first message was a picture of Kathy. The next picture was an image of a dove, which gave me peace. Then I was brought up and saw the image of Sri Maharaji. My whole feeling was sensing, discovering that there's a communication in this state. Is where communication can occur between your guides and teachers. They can, in this state, teach you and communicate with you. They communicate not so much with words, but with images. They can transmit their experiences through images. I just need to learn more and more about this. I'm very hopeful about communicating with my guides. No name tape. Before this tape started, they played Amazing Grace. I couldn't believe what was going on. Maharaji was there in his crown and glory. It brought me back where I was 15 years ago. It was very emotional and I cried a lot. Just to experience the joy inside. Amazing grace. This life is truly amazing. It really is glorious. I then kind of drifted off. When I came back, I was surrounded by swans. I really tried to do the tape, but with some of the techniques I couldn't quite understand. The main thing I wanted to emphasize was an amazing grace. It truly is amazing, amazing beyond words. That is the main thing I wanted to communicate. Relation Galaxy. The name of this tape was Relation Galaxy. At this point, I was supposed to put on my headphones. I was just totally God. I went to this place, the center of the universe. At the center was this incredible power of love, the primordial energy for this universe. It was beyond words to explain, to experience the unity of the universe being supported by this primordial vibration. I saw in this state swans and a beautiful lotus flower that was blooming and blooming. There exists in this place all the great masters. There exists that divine light. the light of God, which exists everywhere. It was just such a wonderful place to be. I was experiencing my body like an astronaut experiencing the various G-forces. My whole body was totally contorted. I'm still not out of that place. I just want to live there and dwell there. 5 messages. The name of this message was 5 messages. The 5th message was had something to do in December. There's a mission that I'm getting prepared for. I moved from Miami to California with Catherine in December. My 4th one was that I should be good friends with Kathy. The number 1 message was devotion to the Lord. I should be an example of this. The Lord wants love. Number 2 was that everything I ever desired will come true. All my dreams will be satisfied. Another purpose that came to me was to love everybody I encounter. I should be an example, accepting people of who they are and love them without condition. I should be a simple messenger of the Lord. I don't remember the other one. Vibe Flow. This tape was called Vibe Flow. This is a real nice tape. Bob Robert Monroe just increased the frequency level. I just got in tune with that frequency level. I just went higher and higher and higher. Shh. I was totally absorbed in that energy. Half that experience was traveling at the speed of light. It's like being in a rocket going faster than warp speed. It was traveling at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second. Next on the tape was music from this session. I forgot to turn off the tape. I was completely blown away. I was in total bliss. This music just brings me back to that state. I was in total awe. There was a laughter in the background. The rest of the people were discussing their experiences. Side 2. During this music, I was seeing a picture of Sri Maharaji's father. I saw an image of Sri Maharaji holding Maharaji. I had an NVC experience of going into a dream and coming out and realizing this was an NVC experience. I just wanted to go back inside for a few more minutes. I could very easily just leave and never come back. Long pause. 15 to 20. The name of this tape was 15 to 20. I felt I was resonating with the colors green and purple. It'll take me time to slowly know what this experience means. Slowly I will begin to understand all this. Long pause. Music is playing in the background. 1-1 patterning. This tape is called 1-1 patterning. I kind of zoned out of this tape. I just have to have something in my mind, hold it, and repeat it every single day, and will come true. By putting my subconscious over time, it will come to existence. I am incorporating everything in my life. The main key is to utilize these tools in my life. I am the director of my life. I am in charge of maintaining and expressing my emotions. At the same time, I just enjoyed the feeling of love that was all around. I had such a peaceful rest. I forgot to turn off the tape. Long periods of silence. Freeform 21. The name of this tape is Freeform 21. I just got totally taken inside of me. I just really enjoyed the experience inside of myself. The joy and peace were overflowing. All my guides and teachers were there. Once again, I forgot to turn off the tape. Freeform 15. My experience on Freeform 15 was completely wonderful. I went to such a deep place inside. I had this wonderful experience that happened there. Catherine was there, and we're just beings of light. There was this big heart that surrounded us. We were just one in that heart. Out of that heart, our souls just merged. From the light came from my third eye and Catherine's third eye. It was like 2 laser beams of light and love merging into our bodies. We just totally became one. It was like a sexual experience, but it didn't contain sexual energy. It was just pure love. We were both totally fulfilled in that love, in that joy, in that happiness. I was inside of her and she was just riding the wave of love. Both of us were in tune and in synchronization and experienced the oneness of each other. Coming for her breast was this liquid light which I was drinking. Each drop tasted like nectar. I was completely intoxicated. At one point her daughter appeared, my daughter appeared, and we all hugged each other. We were all laughing and dancing and singing. It was just like a family of love, beings of love. Another point after this self-expression, Catherine just laid on top of me. I just totally melded into her. We just exchanged the beautiful love that existed between us. Both of us were totally saturated in that love. We were both in tune with each other. It was such a wonderful feeling. I feel I've known her for a while. I don't know where. Somehow there's a connection between Catherine, myself, and Srimraji. I haven't figured it out. I just have these feelings that something beautiful and simple is manifesting in my life. I'm open to it. Later on, in one of my tapes, I received a message that on Thanksgiving, my daughter and I should go and visit Catherine and her child in Virginia. We should just go and play and have fun. Introduction to Focus 21. The introduction to Focus 21 was completely a mind-blowing experience. As soon as I put on my headphones, I was tuned into that light. I was completely submerged in that light inside. I was just totally taken over. I was flying with a whole group of swans. There was this beautiful lake where thousands of lotus flowers were just blooming and blooming. I went through the various stages of consciousness. I went from 10 to 12 to 15 to all the different colors. At 21, a marvelous thing happened. Bob was there, Robert Monroe, and he was just shining. He was his joyful self. He just looked up to me smiling and gave me the thumbs up sign. He said, "Go for it and enjoy that experience." There was so much love and communication between us. I recognized him and he recognized me. Both of us know that this is an incredible journey, the ultimate journey. Once he said that, I was completely ready to accept and experience that wonderful light of my existence. I then went to a place where I experienced a light that was supreme love and intelligence. Every single cell of my existence was filled with this intelligence. I was just one and bathing in that light and joy. I was just flying like a swan. I was just flying like that beautiful bird. That swan is free. I felt like my soul was free. My soul was just singing in that joy and happiness inside. I was just one. It was so wonderful. Freeform 21. One of the most amazing tape experiences was Freeform 21. I don't think there's any words to describe what happened there. From the moment I put on my headphones, throughout the entire process, I was riding the waves of ecstasy and joy. Technically, Bob Monroe was a genius to develop that tape. The sound that he was emitting were the sounds and frequencies that reside inside. It was completely a marvelous experience. I was completely experiencing the oneness of joy. I had these visions of Catherine. She would just smile at me and just drift off. Once again, I would dive deeper and deeper into that experience inside. I would go deeper and deeper into that light. My whole body was like an astronaut experiencing the G-force. I was experiencing how powerful and incredible the energy is. This energy touches my whole molecular structure, and even beyond that, it reaches the soul and the very essence of life. I felt so wonderful that everything is on track in my life. I have a vision, a quest, and it's happening. All my dreams are coming true on all levels. One experience that I want to express, I went to bed on the last night of the program about 12 o'clock. I was kind of tired. I just needed to go inside and experience that inner beauty. I drifted off to sleep and was just in that place of love. I was in a nice deep sleep. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, I was woke up with a bang. I automatically just woke up. Something inside of me told me to go take a shower and go see Catherine. I did this. I was kind of hesitant. What am I doing? I just had this faith and intuition to do this. I went up to Catherine's room and very quietly walked into her room. I opened up her curtain and very slowly touched her. She looked at me and she couldn't tell. She was in a state of shock herself. She thought at first I was a ghost. All she could see was my head because my rest of the body was behind the curtain. She looked at me and said, "Is that you or is it a ghost?" I reassured her that yes, it was me. I just climbed into bed with her and just held her the rest of the night. We just exchanged the feeling of love that we had. We just caressed each other and loved each other. It was such a warm inner exchange of love. It wasn't a sexual energy. It was like the energy of love, of satisfaction, and of joy. It was a wonderful experience. At times I would find myself snoring. My body was asleep, but I was wide awake. I was such in a beautiful state inside. I was completely surrounded by love. That's all these beautiful swans completely surrounded us. They were protecting us and saying everything is a-okay. Everything is going to plan. Just relax and enjoy each other. At one point, when Catherine was drifting off to sleep, I saw one of my gods named Running Water. I saw his face and saw he was an Indian. At one point, we were brothers. We were once in a state of laughing and playing and interacting with the forces of nature. It was such a beautiful connection. I remember coming out of a dream state and all of a sudden, bam, there he was. We talked to each other for some time. He was the eternal brave. He was forceful, powerful, and full of love. That consciousness lies inside of me. I felt so wonderful the whole night. What a wonderful way to end the week.
Yeah, this is Richard Fletcher, and this is Monday, October something, and the second day of the Gateway program, and I'd like to say that up to this point I'm diving deeper and discovering more of myself, and I'm very impressed by the whole operation that is happening around here. And this Gateway program, thanks. This is the energy bar tool. And my experience was building the energy bar. Was going to take some time to get into it and develop it, and this is not a tool you can actually use it for. It wasn't too hard to construct. It was a very, actually my experience was very, very simple. I kind of drifted to sleep. Kind of wasn't there the whole time. But I definitely had some powerful connections beforehand, seeing that this energy bar could take me to another dimension, could take me to the other side. It's definitely got endless possibilities of what the bar can be used for. Definitely through this bar, I think I can probably use it as a beacon for now to attract guides or to attract other people who can protect me from other things. It's probably all in one versatile tool. And I just need to develop more and more usage of it and see exactly where I can actually implement and what way, what form can it be used. And that's the end of that. course before and 10 of my experience was that I was using the energy bar. I was trying to see and trying to feel how I can actually use it in a kind of practical form, kind of use it. And I use it in many different ways. One, I use the energy bar to create a vibration inside of me, like a vibration, a frequency that each day I can get more rapid, faster and faster and faster and faster. Everything that I was supposed to use the energy bar to go down in my body was used as a laser to take away all the negative energy, all the negativity in my body. Then into my brain, into my subconscious, and there, churned darkness, unconscious, into light, to more conscious things. I can be aware of each of myself. Then I use the energy bar to create a swirling effect on my body. To swirl and swirl and swirl around me. Create intense energy. I love the energy bar like very high. I do it into it. Just experiencing a place. Actually, not a place, but to know that the energy bar of the reach expands another dimension. And that's what I want to do. Basically, it seems my own attention to see how to use it, how to train it. Let go of my point, my trauma, stay in place. I can use it as a light detector. This is the lift-off tape, and in this tape when I experience it, simply lifting myself up to the top of the roof into a cloud, and then I lifted myself up past around that area past the moon, and it was more of a visualization exercise than an actual lift-off. I visualize each step of the process, lifting myself up and lowering myself down. And mostly I visualize it by seeing inside and actually trying to put myself in that place and being in that place inside. Trying to see and feel and put together the kinesiologies of actually lifting up. Okay, that's it. Okay, this is introduction to Focus 12. And before the tea began, I was already just completely just sailing inside. What I tried to do was just this time, for a long time, just totally accept myself. All the hesitations and times when I meditate, I'm just trying to be there. Just to accept that self. Just accept that thing. The hesitation is my friend. Really just go inside. Just enjoy, just like a child. And the focus 12 state was such an incredible, beautiful state. Being freedom and joy and happiness and being expanded and just being there and enjoying it like a child.
this tape was called Problem Solving, and my problem that I'm trying to solve actually is a question. So I want to know how can I practically leave my body consciously at will. And I had one vision of walking down the stairs or the gate broken from upstairs to downstairs. And then, as I consciously threw my question aside, another answer that I found was that you just say that I'm being prepared, I'm learning the tools, don't really worry about it, but simply everything will come to you. Just as a matter of relaxing into that experience and accepting it, that it will come in its time. And most of all, just be patient, and it will come. And these are needs. This is not a supernatural thing. Some not others. But if you just practice it, it will happen. It will manifest. And this was this experience that basically I put out and waited, and I came back. And I'm just learning now to more visualize and to see images, to accept images, and to see that there's something for me to learn from them, something to learn from images, things that maybe in the past I would ignore, but now I have the opportunity to actually focus, perceive. And the name of this tape was Free Flow 12, and my main object was really to explore this state of consciousness, really to just let go, simply enjoy, to experience what this place could take me. And it's a very beautiful experience that I have, of just completely just being in the light and just experiencing that incredible vibration inside. It's simply just riding with the wave and just riding with the energy and being with it and seeing the many, many forms inside. And I saw a picture of a person here named Kathy who was here and was experiencing her inner beauty and her happiness. It's just very simple friendship, and it's just very, very beautiful, very simple. And I just grow with that experience and experiencing and being opened up to various NPC's communication. Because I know I have the ability inside, it's there, it's latent individual experience with my brother. And overall, just a very simple, beautiful experience, just being open and experiencing just the potential that lies there. And I'm very happy right here, very happy in this place, very happy just to have the opportunity to be at this program, to relax and to swim and to go and have fun and be with people and be with myself and really establish that connection inside, that foundation. The name of this tape was The Movement, and this tape, there are different positions of how to leave the body. And the first one, actually, was very most powerful, was doing the long route. I tried that several times. I feel that practice very powerfully to go and explore different worlds and different dimensions inside myself, inside this practice was keyboard. And the next thing was lifting myself up from the street to the floor, laying down, just stand up for 45 degrees. called 5 questions. And the first question was, who am I? And my last pass that, and I realized that I was a devotee of Ramakrishna, and that was, my name was N. And I guess I wrote that gospel of Ramakrishna. That's why one time when I was a kid, I went to Bhagavad Gita Yogi, and I identified with Yogananda. Couldn't even know him at all. People had seen me as a child. I guess the question about what was my purpose here? My purpose here on earth is to expand, to become completely one with my Lord, and to express His knowledge, His love, and establish the kind of communication that a human being can have with his Creator, and it all includes manifestations. And when it came to what my purpose is, my purpose was really to do that. And when I say what the message was, the message that they told me to do was that just keep on trucking, essentially, just keep on going and expanding, and really open myself, and they will lead me to areas. And this workshop that I'm doing is I dreamed this a long time ago. This family manifested, and all those dreams that I have, aspirations, are really going to come true, and they are coming true. And this was delightful, really beautiful, just to go. And the question was, who am I? This is NPC, and I just got totally just completely taken away. I just saw all these incredible things, like this, light coming out of my navel, blooming dome blossom, a Christmas tree with Jesus on it. Next thing I know is around this table with some kind of people from outer space, and they're just talking to me, and just so much feeling of just love and energy and emotion and excitement and joy, and my body just sweating and just tears in my eyes, and I'm just joyous. So now I know what NPC was, and I have been time and time again. And it's such an incredible place, incredible experience. To know that's the type of communication that's happening. Oh, man. I just like to say thank you. Oh, man. I'm just totally 100% fulfilled. I just can't believe this. The communication, the way it communicated, so beautiful. So beautiful. Just to feel and see what type of communication we can have. Just pure love being transmitted. Yes, this tape was an introduction to 50. Yes, this tape was an introduction to 15. And my experience at this tape was that I was brought to a point where the scent of it was known. There's a tremendous void, tremendous light, was the no tape experience. And I guess it was just like all the rest of the tapes. I just brought myself up at 10, then 12, and then 15, and then all of those states. There was an inner hymn-seek within which I clearly just listened to and just wrote that, and they just made it faster and faster. I just found myself on the various states of consciousness, just clearly easy, just going right through. And just in the 15th state, I just explored that state. Just beautiful, just to be in a place where there's no time, just light and love and happiness and joy. And to know that we really don't need the tapes. They're just like training wheels for a bicycle. And it's just nice to know that there's a real embracing technique inside where you just listen to. The silence is so beautiful, so wonderful. Just listen, be, experience the beauty inside. And I guess I'm very happy just to know that I can incorporate this into my life. And the knowledge inside is really key. Good to see that it's all happening. And there's incredible love that exists inside. And this is all coming so natural and so beautiful and so wonderful. Okay, the communication point 15. I would have stayed and he got messages. The messages about my non-verbal communication. And the first message was a picture of Kathy. And the next picture was an image of a dove looking at peace. And then they brought us down the whole had an image of Sri Raji. The whole feeling of that just sensing, discovering the day's communication and from this 15th state, the timeless state, and that's where my guides teach me and lead me and communicate with me, and communicate in my language, not in words but in images. And that's something that's interesting. There's some to me images that is deep to learn and more about them. And I guess that's about all that I can say. Just I'm very hopeful about communicating with my guides and Dumpling. Very flowing of my energy inside. Learning that it really is working. Things really are manifesting in my life. Yes, this tape was in motion. And before the tape started, they played Amazing Grace. I really couldn't believe it because the magic was there. All this crown and glory. Man, I was just so emotional because it just brought me back where I was 15 years ago. And it was very emotional and kind of just experience the joy. drifted off, and when I came back, I was just surrounded by, saw some swans in the swans. I really tried to, do the tape. My emotions, I did the fear, rejection, and the fear of change. I guess some of the techniques with tape is a hard time knowing what it was and had to work that out a little bit more. But main thing I just want to emphasize is just the amazing grace. It really is amazing. Truly amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Words. Yeah, I guess that's the main thing. Just protecting my mind. Hey, the name of this tape was Revelation Galaxy. And this part, as soon as I put my headphones, I was totally just gone. I just went to this place. It's the center of the universe. And in the center of the universe was this incredible power of love, the primordial energy of the universe. And this completely so wonderful, so beautiful, just to feel the unity of the universe is being supported by this primordial vibration, by this energy, by the Word of God. And I visualized in that state swans and this beautiful lotus flower just blooming and blooming and blooming. And that place, there exists all the masters, my guides, and that divine light, that light that exists, that light of God. And that was such a wonderful, wonderful place to be. Just experiencing that fundamental building block. And I was going to those spaces and my body was like an astronaut experiencing the various G's of energy. And it just made my body feel totally contorted. Still not out of that place. Just live there, dwell there. Okay, maybe this exercise was 5 messages. And the 5th message was that I have something to do in a couple of months, maybe in December or something of this year. It is a mission. I'm getting prepared for it. Something is really going to happen to me. And then my 4th one was that they were saying that I should be good friends with Kathy. And that means just being a good spiritual friend, help her and support her, and just really love, Susan and Dion, and just see whatever happens, just take care. And then we still start tackling number 1. Number 1 thing they wanted was me to really express devotion to how the Lord wants love and is tired of love. And He just wants me to do that. And then number 2 is just to know that anything I want, I've ever dreamed about, and received in a dream, all that will come true. That I want the opportunity to completely satisfy all my dreams and be one and just completely live in that state. And another purpose was to really love everybody who I encounter, is to be that peace bomb, is to really love and express love to everybody that I meet, is to be an example of being a messenger of the Lord. This day was by the flow, and actually this is a real nice day. Bob has increased the frequency level, just got in tune with the frequency level, and just went higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. And that's why it's completely absorbed in that energy. And then nothing new, but there's still incredible, just that half that experience of just going, just rocking it away, swimming. Okay, the name of this tape was 1520. In this tape, I felt the best kind of resonance around green and purple. And that's like the state that I felt like I was at most pain. I was beginning slowly just to experience what this all means. Okay. I just wish that people to experience with the white light, which I was interested in. Slowly I'm going to understand what this all means past 15. It will soon find out. tape was 1 month pattern, and that's basically what I kind of zoned out a little bit. But I just see that all I have to do is just have something in my mind, hold it, and just repeat it every single day, and it will definitely come true. To just put it into my subconscious. And what I plan to do is just that I am incorporating everything in my life. I am incorporating everything that I learned in my life. And that's the main key I plan to do. Really use these techniques that I have come with over the past week and incorporate them in my life. And to take them and to do something about them. And really make it productive. I see that I am the director of my life. And I am in charge of maintaining my emotions and keeping them in check. And it's happening. And at the same time, I experience beautiful love and light inside. Just kind of joy there. And rest with such a peaceful rest. for the very last day. I just got into a place inside and I just completely just simple experience. And that simple chill back in this experience. And I just I have to wait and see what's gonna do that. Wasn't chill.
No name tape. Before this tape started, they played Amazing Grace. I couldn't believe what was going on. Miraji was there in his crown and glory. It brought me back where I was 15 years ago. It was very emotional and I cried a lot. Just to experience the joy inside. Amazing grace. This life is truly amazing. It really is glorious. I then kind of drifted off. When I came back, I was surrounded by swans. I really tried to do the tape, but with some of the techniques I couldn't quite understand. The main thing I wanted to emphasize was an amazing grace. It truly is amazing. Amazing beyond words. That is the main thing I wanted to communicate. Relation Galaxy. The name of this tape was Relation Galaxy. At this point I was supposed to put on my headphones. I was just totally God. I went to this place, the center of the universe. At the center was this incredible power of love. The primordial energy for this universe. It was beyond words to explain, to experience the unity of the universe being supported by this primordial vibration. I saw in this state swans and a beautiful lotus flower that was blooming and blooming. There exists in this place all the great masters. There exists that divine light, the light of God, which exists everywhere. This is such a wonderful place to be. I was experiencing my body like an astronaut experiencing the various G-forces. My whole body was totally contorted. I'm still not out of that place. I just want to live there and dwell there. 5 messages. The name of this message was 5 messages. The 5th message was had something to do in December. There is a mission that I'm getting prepared for. I moved from Miami to California with Catherine in December. My 4th one was that I should be good friends with Kathy. The number 1 message was devotion to the Lord. I should be an example of this. The Lord wants love. Number 2 was that everything I ever desired will come true. All my dreams will be satisfied. Another purpose that came to me was to love everybody I encounter. I should be an example, accepting people of who they are and love them without condition. I should be a simple messenger of the Lord. I don't remember the other one. Vibe Flow. This tape was called Vibe Flow. This is a real nice tape. Bob Robert Monroe just increased the frequency level. I just got in tune with that frequency level. I just went higher and higher and higher. Shh. I was totally absorbed in that energy. Half that experience was traveling at the speed of light. It's like being in a rocket going faster than warp speed. It was traveling at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second. Next on the tape was music from this session. I forgot to turn off the tape. I was completely blown away. I was in total bliss. This music just brings me back to that state. I was in total awe. There was a laughter in the background. The rest of the people were discussing their experiences. Side 2. During this music, I was seeing a picture of Sri Maharaji's father. I saw an image of Sri Maharaji holding Maharaji. I had an NVC experience of going into a dream and coming out and realizing this was an NVC experience. I just wanted to go back inside for a few more minutes. I could very easily just leave and never come back. Long pause. 15 to 20. The name of this tape was 15 to 20. I felt I was resonating with the colors green and purple. It'll take me time to slowly know what this experience means. Slowly, I will begin to understand all this. Long pause. Music is playing in the background. 1-1 patterning. This tape is called 1-1 patterning. I kind of zoned out of this tape. I just have to have something in my mind, hold it, and repeat it every single day, and it will come true. By putting my subconscious over time, it will come to existence. I am incorporating everything in my life. The main key is to utilize these tools in my life. I am the director of my life. I am in charge of maintaining and expressing my emotions. At the same time, I just enjoyed the feeling of love that was all around. I had such a peaceful rest. I forgot to turn off the tape. Long periods of silence. Freeform 21. The name of this tape is Freeform 21. I just got totally taken inside of me. I just really enjoyed the experience inside of myself. The joy and peace were overflowing. All my guides and teachers were there. Once again, I forgot to turn off the tape. Freeform 15. My experience on Freeform 15 was completely wonderful. I went to such a deep place inside. I had this wonderful experience that happened there. Catherine was there, and we're just beings of light. There was this big heart that surrounded us. We were just one in that heart. Out of that heart, our souls just merged. From the light came from my third eye and Catherine's third eye. It was like two laser beams of light and love merging into our bodies. We just totally became one. It was like a sexual experience, but it didn't contain sexual energy. It was just pure love. We were both totally fulfilled in that love, in that joy, in that happiness. I was inside of her and she was just riding the wave of love. Both of us were in tune and in synchronization and experienced the oneness of each other. Coming from her breast was this liquid light which I was drinking. Each drop tasted like nectar. I was completely intoxicated. At one point her daughter appeared, my daughter appeared, and we all hugged each other. We were all laughing and dancing and singing. It was just like a family of love, beings of love. Another point after this self-expression, Catherine just laid on top of me. I just totally melted into her. We just exchanged the beautiful love that existed between us. Both of us were totally saturated in that love. We were both in tune with each other. It was such a wonderful feeling. I feel I've known her for a while. I don't know where. Somehow there's a connection between Catherine, myself, and Sri Maharaji. I haven't figured it out. I just have these feelings that something beautiful and simple is manifesting in my life. I'm open to it. Later on, in one of my tapes, I received a message that on Thanksgiving, my daughter and I should go and visit Catherine and her child in Virginia. We should just go and play and have fun. Introduction to Focus 21. The introduction to Focus 21 was completely a mind-blowing experience. As soon as I put on my headphones, I was tuned into that light. I was completely submerged in that light inside. I was just totally taken over. I was flying with a whole group of swans. There was this beautiful lake where thousands of lotus flowers were just blooming and blooming. I went through the various stages of consciousness. I went from 10 to 12 to 15 to all the different colors. At 21, a marvelous thing happened. Bob was there, Robert Monroe, and he was just shining. He was his joyful self. He just looked up to me smiling and gave me the thumbs up sign. He said, "Go for it and enjoy that experience." There was so much love and communication between us. I recognized him and he recognized me. Both of us know that this is an incredible journey, the ultimate journey. Once he said that, I was completely ready to accept and experience that wonderful light of my existence. I then went to a place where I experienced a life that was supreme love and intelligence. Every single cell of my existence was filled with this intelligence. I was just one and bathing in that light and joy. I was just flying like a swan. I was just flying like that beautiful bird. That swan is free. I felt like my soul was free. My soul was just singing in that joy and happiness inside. I was just one. It was so wonderful. Freeform 21. One of the most amazing tape experiences was Freeform 21. I don't think there's any words to describe what happened there. From the moment I put on my headphones, throughout the entire process, I was riding the waves of ecstasy and joy. Technically, Bob Monroe was a genius to develop that tape. The sound that he was emitting were the sounds and frequencies that reside inside. It was completely a marvelous experience. I was completely experiencing the oneness of joy. I had these visions of Catherine. She would just smile at me and just drift off. Once again, I would dive deeper and deeper into that experience inside. I would go deeper and deeper into that light. My whole body was like an astronaut experiencing the G-force. I was experiencing how powerful and incredible the energy is. This energy touches my whole molecular structure, and even beyond that, it reaches the soul and the very essence of life. I felt so wonderful that everything is on track in my life. I have a vision, a quest, and it's happening. All my dreams are coming true on all levels. One experience that I want to express, I went to bed on the last night of the program about 12 o'clock. I was kind of tired. I just needed to go inside and experience that inner beauty. I drifted off to sleep and was just in that place of love. I was in a nice deep sleep. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, I was woke up with a bang. I automatically just woke up. Something inside of me told me to go take a shower and go see Catherine. I did this. I was kind of hesitant. What am I doing? I just had this faith and intuition to do this. I went up to Catherine's room and very quietly walked into her room. I opened up her curtain and very slowly touched her. She looked at me and she couldn't tell. She was in a state of shock herself. She thought at first I was a ghost. All she could see was my head because my rest of the body was behind the curtain. She looked at me and said, "Is that you or is it a ghost?" I reassured her that yes, it was me. I just climbed into bed with her and just held her the rest of the night. We just exchanged the feeling of love that we had. We just caressed each other and loved each other. It was such a warm inner exchange of love. It wasn't a sexual energy. It was like the energy of love, of satisfaction, and of joy. It was a wonderful experience. At times I would find myself snoring. My body was asleep, but I was wide awake. I was such in a beautiful state inside. I was completely surrounded by love. That's all these beautiful swans completely surrounded us. They were protecting us and saying everything is a-okay. Everything is going to plan. Just relax and enjoy each other. At one point, when Catherine was drifting off to sleep, I saw one of my gods named Running Water. I saw his face and saw he was an Indian. At one point we were brothers. We were once in a state of laughing and playing and interacting with the forces of nature. It was such a beautiful connection. I remember coming out of a dream state and all of a sudden, bam, there he was. We talked to each other for some time. He was the eternal brave. He was forceful, powerful, and full of love. That consciousness lies inside of me. I felt so wonderful the whole night. What a wonderful way to end the week.
35 years later, my twin brother John last week sent me the links to these YouTube videos. These videos contain once classified information from the CIA in the 1980s. They were changed from classified to unclassified in the early 2000s. These documents were about Robert Monroe and the Monroe Institute. They were about the Gateway program that was highly known during its day. I watched these two videos 35 years later. They are just as relevant today as 35 years ago. Robert Monroe was an absolute genius. I thought so back then. Today, I even have more respect for the man. He died in the 1950s. In those CIA videos, they went over the one-week Gateway program I intended years ago. I found it quite fascinating that the same tools used during the Gateway program were the foundation of the CIA's development tools. In plain English, they describe many of the tools we learned and experienced during a week-long program. Maybe it's just 35 years later, but I was blown away by the description of the tools. Back then, I didn't have the maturity or understanding of the preciousness of these tools. Mind you, this was probably one of the most memorable weeks of my life. One does not become an adult overnight. A young child doesn't have the maturity of an adult. After meditating for over 50 years and listening to these videos, I saw the brilliance of Robert Monroe. Not too many people knew of him. His voice was mesmerizing. I don't think I ever heard a voice so brilliant before. In each of the tapes we listened to, or at our retreat, he would be leading us. His voice was a perfect magnet to resonate the experience with us. I would love to experience those original tapes once more. It would be an entirely different experience. My understanding from this course has been integrated into me. Many of my doubts have disappeared years ago. These tapes are incredible training wheels that humanity can use. But training wheels, once you get the confidence, you can take them off. Even if you never take off the training wheels, there are endless journeys to embark on within. Both science and the world of mystics are coming together. He was at the forefront of this hemisync technology since the 1950s. We are just at the beginning of a new mankind, which he talked about in his books.
John Byer. John and I have been friends for 40 years. Wow, time sure flies. We first met in New York City around 1977. He was living in England with his wife and moved back to New York. We became instant friends. During the 80s, both of us landed in Miami Beach and we were exercise partners. We ran usually at night along the beach and then dove into the ocean. We loved to try different things. One day I saw an article in Omni magazine about the Monroe Institute and decided to check it out. I went as you read about my adventures. John went a few weeks later. He became good friends of the Institute, including Robert Monroe. John introduced me to Mafu. He went to a seminar in California during the summer of '87. He came back with some tapes. I was intrigued. Paul McLean in one of my channeling sessions talked about Mafu before Mafu was introduced to the public. John has been a practitioner of Rolfing for many years. This is from his website. John first experienced Rolfing in 1973, absolutely amazed at its results. I sought out every person who Dr. Rolf had personally instructed, and particularly those she chose as her first students, and received many hundreds of sessions of structural integration. I'm currently honored to have the esteemed Emulette Hutchison as my primary mentor, who promised Ida on her deathbed to carry her work forward in its purest form as long as it lived. After training in Hello Work and at the Rolf Institute, I graduated from the Guild for Structural Integration in Boulder, Colorado, and have practiced in the Zuma Terrace building in Malibu since 1997. Dr. Rolf was a genius whose understanding about the body are the reason her method is uniquely effective. Whether seeking relaxation or the deepest manipulation an injury or afflict may require, Dr. Rolf's methods can be tailored for you. I deliver results. Here's a great recommendation from Greg Louganis, the famous Olympic diver. I have worked for John for over 10 years and have done Dr. Ida Rolf's full 10 series with John several times. This progressive and powerful method of sequentially freeing up the physical layers in the body truly creates results every session and generating lasting changes over time. Dr. Ida Rolf once said that her work is something that two people do together. It's hard to understand till you've had a Rolf manual therapy, the active role the receiver has. I have come to this awareness with John's structure integration bodywork. John is a facilitator in my health, and I am equally integrated part in the change of my own healing process. As an adult living with HIV, John keeps me deeply in tune with the state of body, mind, and spirit that I aspire to. Besides HIV positive and now my 50, I intend to always maintain that same active lifestyle I always had. John has and continues to aid me in that goal through his work. John's body work is the best gift you can give yourself. John is terrific, dedicated, and unique in his approach. Thank you, John, as a friend and teacher. Namaste. Greg Louganis, Olympic diver. Throughout the years, we remain in contact with each other. We are on this incredible journey of life. We are all still discovering new things along on this journey of life. Yesterday I talked to John. I discovered our first challenge sessions we've ever did together. I stumbled upon them when I was looking for something else. John was amazed that I had them. It was our first time, so we were real rusty. Remember, it took me a month just to ride the darn bicycle. My brother just jumped on the bike and rode away. Anyway, I'm proud that we dove in. John and I will be friends for life. I haven't seen him in years, but the connection is still there. Harry Bartz. It's 2:13 in the morning. I've been sleeping, meditating for an hour. I was thinking and contemplating about the web of life with Harry Bartz. I first met Harry in LA in 1976, about 40 years ago. It wasn't until the late 70s did we come in contact with each other again. We both moved to South Florida in the late 70s. We were both involved with the same teacher. At that time, Harry was running a tree cutting business. It was great business. There was always plenty of work. Harry hired me and we became good friends. At that time, windsurfing took off in America. Harry took up windsurfing. He invited me to his house, and in his backyard, I learned how to windsurf. I bought a board and it was love at first sight. John Meyer and I were windsurfing buddies. During certain seasons, the wind would howl and you would have the time of your life. I didn't see Harry for a while. One day I bumped into him and he told me he finished a year course at the Computer Science Institute. He took basic Fortran and COBOL. I always knew I was going to be involved with computers. Even at a young age, I knew that. To make a long story short, I'm still involved 35 years later. So Harry was a catalyst. Here's the definition. In chemistry, a substance that causes a chemical reaction to occur, but is not itself involved in the reaction. Note, the term catalyst is often used to refer to the prime agent of any change. She was the catalyst for the reorganization. I find it fascinating that life's events helping you to be at the right place and right time. Synchronicity was there. Harry gave me the impulse to enroll and start an incredible career. Yet it doesn't stop there. Harry was one of the ones who told me about Mafu. Fast forward a few years. Barbara and I moved into a house with Linda Graham. Linda's ex-boyfriend was Don Rockman, who in the future, 25 years later, provided the music for my first poetry music CD. It's featured on this site. Yeah, guess who's living next door? Harry Bartz. Harry made a ton of money selling computers and moved to Sedona. This was in 1987. In 1991, my family and I moved to Hawaii for 6 glorious years. I got a software engineering job at Maui Space Surveillance Site. My wife and daughter went to Maui, and I went to Portland, Oregon for a few weeks. I had a contracting job I was going to work on. In Portland, I get a call from Harry, and he tells me that Mafu was going to give a 3-day retreat in Ashland, Oregon. He was teaching about ancient Vedic meditation techniques. Now that's a subject I love and dear to my heart, so I went. In 1999, I started working with Charles Schwab as a senior software engineer. At that time, our family was living in Penn Valley, California. I was a telecommuter. Now, Penn Valley internet connection wasn't very good. In fact, it was horrible. You had to use a modem. So I started to look for a community that had a great internet connection and a great high school for my daughter. Well, Ashland, Oregon just recently installed the whole town with fiber optics. Ashland High was an incredible school for my daughter. Guess what? Harry was still living there. During 2000 to 2008, we spent a lot of time seeing Mafu. He liked me. When we first moved there, one day he got off the stage and came up to me and gave me his initiation jacket. This jacket he wore for many of his initiation. I was honored. At that time, I also was involved in a mystery school and used that jacket for the initiations. For many people, they think that channeling was a fake. Well, I met and taught to Mahfoud many times. We had a relationship that was deep. Like any relationships, you know one another. Yet, there were numerous times I saw Penny, who channels Mahfoud, and said hello. She had no idea who I was. In fact, I think I spoke to her once when she was reading off the list of attendants for a seminar and said hi to each one. One day I saw her and Rob Spindler was with her. I said hi, and I was walking away. She whispered to Rob, "Who's that?" Rob said, "That's Richard Fletcher." That really gave me a sign that I had a relationship with Mahfoud. How can you have a relationship with someone when you never interacted with them? So it makes perfect sense for Penny to say, "Who's that? We have never interacted before." What I like about his group, that Mahfoud taught about kindness. He taught about compassion. He talked about meditating for the whole planet. He taught universal truths. The universe is kind. That is its nature. Mahfoud is kind. That is his nature. As human beings, our true nature is kindness. It is just covered up. So here was a group practicing universal truths of love and compassion. It wasn't just words. Mahfoud was an incredible drummer. Imagine during the winter, it's snowing, and you're on top of a mountain inside of an ashram. It's nighttime, and the wind is howling. Mahfoud is on stage beating these huge Japanese taiko drums. It's a sight to see. At that time and place, you can be in some remote monastery on top of a mountain in the Himalayas at night. Now, back to Harry. As you can see, Harry has had a tremendous impact in my life. Harry is very kind. In Sedona, I had little to my name, and Harry would treat me to lunch. Harry doesn't say much, like myself at times. He doesn't preach. He just smiles. He has nothing to prove. He loves to meditate. I know he is having a great experience, but he doesn't talk about it. Yet you can see it from his eyes. He is humble. He has served the Foundation for Meditative Studies for over 25 plus years. I call him a few times each year. It's good to connect with a dear friend. Friendships are God's way to connect to Him. Imagine we are the universe, yet we have forgotten that fact. Friendship is God's way of saying, "I love you." Treasure your friends. We all have an aching soul that's trying to find its way home. Friendships help soothe the soul.
Don Rockland. I first met Don in Sedona in 1986. At that time, Don was Linda Graham's boyfriend. Don is an incredible musician. He's on the same spiritual path as I am on. Fast forward 20 years. I'm living in Ashland, Oregon. Don is living in Ashland, Oregon. I have a ton of poems that I've created during the last 20 years. I went to a poetry conference in Orlando, Florida. Ray Manzarek from the famous music group The Doors was given a poetry reading. This was not a normal reading. He provided music to the reading. I was blown away. I never heard music and poetry together like this. Anyway, I approached Don and asked if he wanted to do the music for my first CD. Don said yes, and the rest is history. Don is a great improviser. When I did a poem about the blind man touching the elephant, he created a slow, Santin effect of an elephant walking slowly. For each track, he created something unique. Listen to the Fletcher Soul Traveler Collection Project, 2017. Scroll down to the bottom where I have a collection of Don's collaboration. This is from Don's website. Don Rockland is a composer pianist, and an educator. Born in Los Angeles, California, he grew up pursuing music, first playing French horn on his way to a Juilliard scholarship, where he decided that reading other people's music wasn't how he wanted to spend his time. At that point, he switched to guitar and then taught himself piano as he started composing his own music. Several years later, while practicing on a church piano, the church minister offered him a playing gig. That started Don's performing career. Never having formal piano lessons, he was encouraged and inspired by the response of his first audiences. He started booking himself at other churches, later adding on restaurants, weddings, and all types of special events. His compositions started catching on, and soon he produced his first solo CD. He composed and toured with the Intimate Flight dancing company from Flagstaff, Arizona. Soon thereafter, he was commissioned by a New York playwright to compose for an off-Broadway show. Several years later, he landed writing and performance gigs with the 4th Street Kids Dance Troupe, Tucson, Arizona, PATH for Performing Arts Theater of the Handicapped in Medford, Oregon, and the Children's Dance Theater of Ashland, Oregon. To support his music in the mid-80s, Don worked at a variety of sales jobs, was sales manager for an office supply company, a recruiter for a technical search firm, and landed a job as vice president of the Juris Corporation, a financial and legal service company, where he worked for 2 years, until relocating to Sedona, Arizona. Discovering that his work options were limited with the help of a partner, he created the Sandwich Man lunch delivery service. Click here. We had a great 2-year run, Don said. Eventually, the music picked up. After moving south to Tucson while working part-time in the marketing department of the Tucson Symphony, he began giving 3-hour piano workshops at colleges and universities. Within 6 months, his just-for-fun piano workshops became a thriving, full-time business that took him to over 65 cities across the United States. His teaching methods and philosophy of playing music for the heart rather than by reading notes helped free thousands of students from their fear of making mistakes and holding themselves hostage to perfectionism and performance anxiety. After relocating to Ashland, Oregon, Don founded the Ashland School of Music, which in addition to offering group classes for adults and children, served as a venue for local artists to perform. Don started to realize that the impact he had on the students' lives as a teacher was as rewarding as performing and writing music. This realization inspired him to create other types of seminars, including Crisis to Creativity, Wellness with Music, and Fearless Public Speaking. His book, Fearless Public Speaking, helps people overcome their perfectionism and performance anxiety so they can be comfortable speaking in front of a crowd. Whether teaching creativity, public speaking, or piano, his common message of inspiration is to relax into your life, be prepared to improvise, enjoy the ride, and use the rules as guidelines, not boundaries. Spirituality is the basics of Don's teaching and coaching. He has always been curious about the spiritual nature of life and for himself, has discovered that his spiritual path is about following his creative impulses and hopefully inspiring a few people along the way.
So, yeah, this ought to be a lovely discussion, conversation. You know, as you know, I wrote that book, Family and Friends, and I documented like 540 people, and of course, you were one of them.
Oh, wow.
I'm kind of going through my list, and for the people who definitely have been like a center in my life, and you definitely have been one of those cornerstones.
Wow.
So I just kind of wanted to have a conversation. We first met in Sedona about 33 years ago.
Wow, that long.
Those were wonderful adventures back then.
Yeah.
I remember you told me just recently that you had a sandwich business selling sandwiches.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, when we moved there, I mean, I thought, well, no problem. I'll just get a job like in marketing or sales or something. But to my surprise, there were no jobs. So I woke up the day after Thanksgiving with a lot of leftovers and got this idea, and I shared it with, I don't know if you remember Mary Rose Wilson.
Yeah, I remember her. Yeah.
Yeah. And I told her my idea, and she was like a culinary genius. And she made these amazing sandwiches, and I put them in a Playmate cooler, and I started out with 12 of them, and pretty soon we had 5 employees.
Oh my gosh! Oh wow!
Yeah, it was great. That's how we paid bills in Sedona for a while.
Uh-huh. And back then, I knew you of a person who liked to meditate and play music. I guess both of those have been a huge part in your life. I remember working on my first poetry CDs with you with the music. That was definitely incredible. And as the first time I actually saw you as a musician, and you were actually improvising. So for each one of the poems that we had, it was amazing just to see on the fly how you could sink in to what was being said and compose a music that way.
Yeah. Thank you.
So that's been part of almost all your life, isn't it? The piano, playing guitar.
Well, no, ironically, I didn't start the piano till in my early 20s. So I didn't play as a child. I never took piano lessons. None of that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, you didn't know that?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I kind of came in through the back door. I played and studied and took lessons on the French horn all through junior high and high school. And then in my senior year in high school, I didn't want to play anybody else's music anymore. I was just finished with that, because I just, it's like I had this inner calling to write my own music and play what I felt. So I just kind of gravitated to the piano. First it was guitar, but I realized I could express much more of what I was feeling on the piano. So everywhere I'd go, I'd start tinkering around, and I didn't know what I was doing. In my first job at a church, I don't even think I knew what the black notes did. But I just went out and started playing. So I really kind of put the cart before the horse. And that's kind of how I teach people, just do it first, and then you can start figuring it out as you go.
So
I can't. Yeah, about 22 years old, I think I started.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. So that's why you teach people to go beyond the traditional learning, row your boat, just or it's
kind of a spiritual approach, because it is that whole thing about letting go and trusting, and the very fact that you want to do it is that means like you're getting this desire to do it. So within the seeds of the desire is the solution. So if you keep doing it, you'll figure out a way to do it, either professionally or at least for your own enjoyment. So that's what I teach. And then I teach the fundamentals of chords and things like that. But the whole way, I'm encouraging people just to start playing something, whatever they're feeling.
So what's the latest, for you? Music. I know it's always changing. Every time I talk to you, you're on to a different journey. So
Well, now it's by default because the whole world has changed. So I was teaching part-time in community colleges, a class called Just for Fun Piano for 27 years. So I was in over 65 cities, and I would do this 3-hour workshop, and it was a lot of fun and pretty romantic at the beginning because I was traveling and I was doing what I love to do. And it was mainly adults, you know, community colleges.
Yeah.
And so just 5 months ago, that came to an end. So that was the end of that whole teaching thing as we know it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then all physical gigs since the beginning of March have been canceled. So as far as getting out there and doing some of the other physical things I was doing, that's on hold. But a whole other door opened up as things would happen, and I ran into a gentleman who's been doing seminars for musicians about being a sustainable musician in this age, in any age, not just COVID, but an alternative to the traditional music business, you know, because so few people make it in the business, you know. It's so different than it used to be with Spotify, iTunes, and all these things, where you literally make fractions of a penny for your music, you know. So unless you're licensing your music or you're the top 2% that's out there touring and stuff, it's pretty rough. So I was presented with this whole new paradigm on making music professionally, and that involves speaking and playing for events and things like that, called keynote concerts. So I've been training and taking the training on that, and custom songs. So this would be like writing songs for couples that are having a wedding, or maybe even a professional speaker that's out there touring and wants an anthem, you know, wants an anthem to them. Yeah, so I'm looking at a whole different way of doing the music. That's it's even working virtually, you know. A lot of industries are still having speakers and entertainers perform virtually. You know? And of course, people are still going to get married. I think.
Yeah, exactly. I heard a story recently about Ringo Starr, and I may have told you this before, but Ringo Starr said, you know, in the 60s, I could just do one song and I could buy a house for that.
I remember that.
You remember that?
Well, I remember, Paul McCartney was having a conversation with John Lennon, and one of them said, wow, I'd really like a swimming pool. Let's write a song. You know, one song will buy a new house, a new swimming pool. Yeah, so that's the top 2% we're talking about.
Well, and now Ringo Starr says, you know, I get mere pennies.
What is it?
I get mere pennies when I do a song now, you know. It's not even, you know, for him, it's almost like it's not even worth my time. You know, he does it because of the love of it, but if you know, for the financial reward, as you said, it's just a small percent. That's kind of disheartening in one way. You know, I think was it in England? I think England, they were given money because to the starving musicians during this time, because they knew, you know, that their livelihoods is at stake and they can't perform. So they, I don't know how many millions of dollars that the government had in a fund, and they distribute it to musicians in England.
Yeah, and those are extremely valuable. Yeah, so I'll just share with you that I've had to date three different organizations help me out. And it's just so amazing that these organizations have formed and are helping musicians to the tunes of millions and millions of dollars. One of the biggest that's helped me many times is called Music Cares. And I'm not sure if I think the founders might be James Taylor and Carole King, but they're definitely involved in it in some way. And so they're helping musicians for years with everything, you know, whatever they need. So yeah, they've really stepped up. The Jazz Foundation of New York City has helped me out. And then we have a local organization here in Oregon for musicians, and they've been able to help. Just, you know, you just ask and they're there. And so it's beautiful. It's really beautiful that they're supporting us through this time, you know.
Because music definitely is the foundation, in my eyes, for society. Can you imagine a world without music?
Yeah, they said that all great civilizations declined. It was always when after the art declined, the civilization would always fall. It was Rome or ancient Greece, or, you know. Once the art went, the civilization usually collapsed.
And when 60% of your budget or more goes to defense, that's the beginning of the decline. So you spend so much money in defense, and you don't have enough money for the arts. So they both come.
Well, yeah, we know that conversation. It's just mind-boggling.
Okay, well, let's skip that one and go on.
It's changing. I think it's changing. The numbers are
Yeah.
changing.
Uh-huh. But you and I we're definitely on the same wavelength in terms. For me, I love to promote, you know, kindness and goodness and compassion. You know, that you can see on my Facebook post that that's what I write about.
That's what you're about. Yeah, I love it. It's
That's what I'm
wonderful.
about. And
Yeah.
that's what your music, you know, is
Yeah.
about. You know.
I hope so. I hope so. Yeah.
Well, most definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope so because you know it's I'm reading. I don't know if you've ever read it, but it's called The Seat of the Soul
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
by Gary Zukav, right?
Yeah.
And of course, I found out about it by watching Oprah, who said even though she had been extremely successful, this book is really what changed her. It changed her personally and it changed her business because he's talking about where the personality is used as a platform to express the soul. I mean, just that phrase right there is like shivering.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's exactly what I want. It's like, you know, Muhammad Ali, the greatest athlete of all time. No one will argue with you, but he always said that boxing was only to get people's attention because he liked to talk about spirituality and God and ethics, you know, and these things. So just happened to be the best boxer in the world, and it did get people's attention. So they would listen to the other things.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's what this book's about. And it's hopefully that's what I want. You know, I want to use my personality, my music for a higher purpose. I'm not interested in the next hit tune or anything like that. But if it wakes somebody up to a higher plane, a higher consciousness.
I remember Gary's first book. Remember the Tao of Physics?
I haven't read. I want to read all his books.
Oh my
now.
gosh! You know I read that in the 70s.
Yeah.
Imagine this: you could not tell the difference between a Taoist monk saying something or the modern day quantum physics. They both you couldn't tell the difference. So
Isn't that exciting? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my
Because that's
gosh.
what's going on now, right? It's no longer a new age or an airy fairy concept. It's what's happening now is science is meeting spirituality. You know, we're just seeing the law of attraction is quantum physics. You know, the third law of motion is law of attraction. It's all there. You know.
Yeah.
These are the words of Jesus and Buddha, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
You know, and one thing I was thinking, you know, because both of us are interested in the quantum field. You know, for years I meditated, you know, and I saw, you know, the light inside. So I equated that, you know, to the heavenly realms. But then I started looking at quantum, that quantum field. Imagine the quantum field is beyond time and space. It appears in all dimensions. It's in the known and unknown. So and scientists think that the universe is 10 to the 28th power. That's how many universes you are. So the more I thought about it, when we go inside, we're connecting to the quantum field. And that really has big, because, you know, most people think, you know, the heaven is a place you go to.
Right.
Where it's actually where heaven exists inside of us.
Right.
And modern day scientists are even beginning, you know, to prove that. You know?
Yeah. The quantum field it's scientific, and it's the seat of all these spiritual teachings, I think. Yeah. I'm loving it.
Yeah. And to think that field is pure love, pure compassion. That, you know, that's a difference between, you know, scientific quantum field you put in your thinking cap, your intellectual, okay, it's a field. But then to know you are the universe and you just don't know it, that's another thing. You know, we are absolute pure love, which we know, you know, so. And that's why when your music, that's where it comes from, you know.
Well, music, you know, gets to the heart, and this is another thing now where science is coming out and saying, you know, the heart itself has a brain, and that the heart emanates something like 5,000 times more electromagnetic energy than the brain itself.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
The heart is the center of everything. And what's so interesting, I watch a lot of these near-death experience things. They're so fascinating to me because in the interviews and things, people from all over the world are saying the same thing, that don't know each other, you know, that they went into this other realm and they came back and they said, it's love. That's all it is. It's love. Everybody said basically the same thing.
Yeah, but like remember in the 80s, Ray Moody, she wrote the book.
Yeah, he kind of started that whole thing. Now there's Eben Alexander, I don't know if you've heard of this book, Proof of Heaven.
Oh, yeah, I heard that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't read the book entirely, but I've seen him tell his story a couple times. Fascinating story because he was a neurosurgeon.
Oh,
So
wow.
he was all about the brain is the head of everything. Everything's different for him now.
Yeah, and the Heart Institute, they're.
Yeah, the Heart Institute. Yeah. So that's.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, so that's the thing, hopefully with music, is it's a way to access people's heart. So these words and these concepts. I mean, when I first started, this is interesting. I got this idea of combining some of my talks with music, and then this guy came to me with an actual format. He said, yeah, I've been doing it for 13 years now. I teach it. So I might have mentioned I went to his workshop and stuff and start doing this training. But just before that, I went out on my own, before I even knew about him, to combine my music on body, mind, medicine, because that's really my main thing right now, and a little concert. So I would play a little bit, then I would talk a little bit about the body-mind connection, chronic pain, and that kind of thing. So what was fascinating is when I asked for testimonials and things, that one of them that I got was actually from a nurse, and she said it was so wonderful to hear your music by your message, because what it did is it opened up my heart so that I could access the words that you were using. It made the message that much more accessible, and I went, wow, that's exactly it. That's what I want. The music has a message and a meaning beyond just like a regular just concert.
Yeah, and even scientists will prove that when you listen to the music. Most people are in a beta, high beta.
Yeah.
Music, will allow them to go from beta, to alpha to theta, and in those states, that's where a person receives.
Yeah, that's interesting to hear. Right. So the music helps you receive.
Most people are in a reactive modes, right? That they react to situations. So music just kind of, calms them down to enter a force field that they can easily receive, what's about.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, hang on. Can you hang on one second? I got to grab a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
My dog was over friendly and kind of bit me. So.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, she doesn't know her own power, and she's just playing and like draws blood. So, okay. Anyway, yeah, so that's exciting. It's all exciting, and it adds purpose, because when I first started, I just knew I wanted to play, and I thought, well, maybe I want to be in a band, and then, well, maybe I want to be famous, and all these things. But through, I guess, my spiritual path, I realized, no, this is what I want. I want it to be a platform, because the spirituality has always been there. As far back as I remember when I was a kid, there'd always been some sense of something greater, and music was much later.
So when did you first realize that, at what age?
Well, it's interesting. Are you familiar with Greg Braden?
Oh, yeah.
Well, Greg Braden had a similar story, because years ago, I was brought up in a Christian church, which is really weird because my mom's Jewish, but she is Jews for Jesus. So, all right. So I was brought up there. And I thought, wow, I just loved hearing people like Billy Graham and stuff. And I was so blown away with how they could move people with their voice, So I thought, wow, I want to be like that. But years later, watching the piano player at the church, I went, oh my God, I want that too. And so Greg Braden was talking about a similar thing. In fact, he even said Billy Graham. He said, wow, he was really blown away with Billy Graham when he was a kid. And he wanted to be like, and Greg Braden's also a musician.
Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, he's a musician, but he realized the words were so much more powerful. And he gave the analogy when he went to his first Jefferson Airplane concert. And he said, you could go home, but then you'd have to buy the record to keep the energy going and stuff. But when you hear a great speaker, it reaches a deeper inside sometimes, it can really hit a place that can change your life in one speech. So yeah, he's doing a similar thing. He's more, of course, he's a scientist, so he's more with the science and things. But he's a musician, and once in a while on his talks, you'll see him bring out his flute or his guitar or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But it was way back then. It was actually in a Christian church when I would hear these guys do these sermons. I go, oh, what a fascinating thing to be able to have this power to move people. Even though years later, of course, I grew to be not in agreement with that particular Christian message, the way it was being portrayed. still the power to move people. Well, with people like Bruce Lipton and Greg Braden, Joe Dispenza, all these people that are moving people with their bringing science to spirituality. That's what those guys are all about. So, but I used to realize that my mom used to tell me, man, every time you had friends over, you'd be on the bed and they would be on the floor like you were a guru or something. And I didn't really realize that because I was always talking about something spiritual.
Yeah.
When I was Christian, I was influenced by that. I was always talking about Christianity. And then once that changed, then I was talking about the next thing.
So when did you start to realize that the journey was within?
Oh, man.
Was there ever a conscious decision, or just slowly over time?
I think slowly over time, and I think this is before I met you. I met Linda Graham in Fresno.
Yeah.
I had just gotten out of a marriage. She had just got out of a marriage. And I met her through a friend at Church of Religious Science, which was very interesting. And right at that time, I was introduced to a meditation teacher. So I started meditating in the early 80s. And I think that kind of started things off because that became a foundation for me.
Yeah. Like got the ball rolling, right? Inside.
Yeah, even though I went in and out of it for years, I'd stop, I'd go, I'd stop. I knew that was essential to any spiritual path. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Everything else is kind of optional, but you have to meditate.
Yeah.
Tune in. You have to tune in. So I think that's where it started, and then religious science actually started me down that path. I think because it's the first time I had heard about the possibility that you create your own reality. That you have this power to create your own reality, and they did a thing at that time called treating. You could treat for someone or treat for yourself, which was really just a manifestation practice. How to manifest by visualization.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would say religious science kind of started me off. Ernest Holmes teachings. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a huge influence in there. I think he started in the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they got Casey and stuff. Yep, I believe that was it. And then Mafu came through Linda, and she showed me a first video. And then we went up to San Luis Obispo, interesting, where I was supposed to be today. I canceled. But that's the first time I saw Mafu was in Morro Bay.
Okay, cool.
Or maybe it might have been San Luis Obispo. It was one of the big hotels right there, in that area.
Yeah, Yeah.
And that was when Penny Torres, right, first started channeling, and it was like, whoa.
I came, let's say about 3 months later.
Did you later? Wow.
Yeah, I came in 1986. 86, is that, were you in 86?
Yeah, 86 is about the time we moved to Sedona.
Okay. So, I was in 86. I was working for Shirley MacLaine.
Whoa! I didn't know that.
She was doing a nationwide tour, and my girlfriend at the time, she was living in Virginia. I was living in Miami Beach, and she got a job working for Shirley MacLaine. So then they heard I was a software engineer, so they hired me. So then I moved to California, and my very first day in L.A., Shirley MacLaine, said to the group, we're going to go see, Mafu tonight. Do you guys want to come? And I heard about Mafu from Harry Bartz and David Schweitzer in Miami about 3 months before that.
Right?
So synchronicity,
Oh, yeah. I forgot that. And Harry was selling computers in Florida, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He was making huge money.
He was making huge money because he moved to Sedona with a ton of money. I remember.
Yeah. And did you ever meet David Schweitzer? David was in...
Yeah. Through Harry or maybe through you, I forget exactly.
Yeah. Because he was in Sedona at the same time.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that was an incredible journey, even with Mafu in the beginning. It wasn't. Oh my God.
How do you even explain that to somebody? Yeah.
Yeah. There's no words.
There were times, and I'm not sure what my connection is with Mafu now. I haven't been in a long time and everything. And there were many times I would be in a darshan just going, this is like some Hollywood production, and all this doubt and things. But I'll remember one night, man, and it was right after my My dad had passed away, and there was a big darshan. You know how it is. It's like a rock concert. I always tell people it's like Led Zeppelin on steroids. When Mafu comes. And I was angry. I was hurt. I just didn't feel like this was my path. And I had all this angst and anger. And it's just like, all right, I'll go this darshan, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going, and Mafu comes out. You know how it is, the drumming, and blah, blah, blah. And Mafu just locks eyes with me and walks right up to me. I could feel it right now when I say it. I'll never forget it.
Wow.
This one, I was like, I have so had it with this. This is fake. It's phony. I don't believe any of this crap. Walks right up to me, puts his arms around me.
Oh, wow.
I was like a candle. Just melt. And he whispered. I don't remember what he said to me. I don't remember it. But he said something to me. It didn't matter what he said because it was that physicalness that he gave me. Mm-hmm. And I went, man, I don't understand it, but it's something going on here. Right up to me. There were 100 people there or more.
Wow.
I was feeling so disconnected from that whole scene, but I'll never forget that.
Yeah. And that's what, and that's what memories are for. You can, remember it right now and just like you were there.
Yeah, it's totally visceral. I can remember like I was there.
Yeah.
I remember I was in tears. I was just crying because I knew then that he understood. Somehow he understood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm not real happy right now. I lost my dad. I don't know what's going on with this whole thing. I'm just.
David Schweitzer. I just got up. It's 4:04 in the morning. I'm writing early because throughout the night my mind was going over what to say about David Schweitzer. We've been friends for over 40 years. Why, I log into my computer and there's a message from David. What a synchronicity. I've known David when I lived in New York City. He lived in Hartford, Connecticut. During the 80s, we both moved to South Miami. At some point, he starts making pyramid kits. Around the same time, my wife starts building pyramid kits. They don't know each other. Both of them at the time were studying with Ramtha. They were the only two individuals building these kits. Now, David and my wife Barbara had a mutual friend in Castle Rock, Arizona. Barbara went to visit Jim about 3 times. Each time, Jim Mayhew would say, "We just missed David and David Husson." another friend of mine. Now, David Schweitzer, John Byer, and Harry Barnes introduced me to Mahfouz tapes. My dear friend Catherine, who I met at the Monroe Institute, got a job working for Shirley MacLaine. Shirley was going on a nationwide tour and giving lectures. Well, they needed a computer programmer, and I get the job. I take a plane from Miami to Los Angeles. Then I get a ride to the office. I spent the day working, and after work, they said, "We're going to a Mahfouz event. Do you want to come?" The rest is history. Isn't it amazing that in my channeling readings, I was told that I would meet Mahfouz before Mahfouz was on the scene? Now, David was visiting California for a period of time. He went to several events. I moved to the Pacific Palisades, and we would take walks in the hills. Now, there was a pyramid project that David was going to work on. Mahfouz called David Hermes. Hermes was the main architect in Egypt for building the pyramids. Now, I'm not saying David was Hermes, yet why did David start building pyramid kits? Does our DNA contain blueprints of who we were in the past? We are all stardust. We are the universe. We're just simply these funky human beings. Well, David invites me to join this project. The project is located in Sedona, Arizona. Wow, what an incredible place. I take a plane from LAX to Phoenix. David and David are there. They said, "We're going to see Zoran tonight. Would you like to come?" So now David has introduced me to both Mahfouz and Zoran. Is there synchronicity going on? Anyway, I moved to Sedona. We all share a house together. Eventually, I moved to this incredible trailer where my backyard is the creek. I have more details in this book, but I met my future wife there. She's going to rent my trailer for a while. Both David and David meet Barbara for the first time. They finally could put the pieces of the puzzle together. Who is this David? Who is this Barbara? Personally, David has a heart of gold. I think his IQ is off the chart. He is one of those who can do anything. There are several jobs he has worked on where you need the training, yet without the training, David comes in and performs. David has had an active acupuncture practice in Miami for many years. He has been using lasers quite successfully in his practice. David studied for a while Zen Buddhism. Personally, I think meditation helps in our daily life. Both my wife and I see David as a great example who brings heaven to earth. Frankly, I think that's the goal in life. If we all did that, then there would be heaven on earth. Meditation is not hocus pocus.
Just be able to see each other in this way. Can you see me?
Hang on a second. I gotta put my, hang on a second. Okay, Richard, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was putting the external speaker on.
Okay. So,
All right.
so you can see, I'm writing a book on shamanism. And,
Yeah.
And I told you, that I don't have that traditional indigenous, only indigenous people are shamans. My definition is someone who has a different perspective on life, someone who thinks and lives their life outside of the box. And so, one of the first people coming to mind is David Schweitzer.
Yeah.
I've known you, ever since the 70s. And I remember at times you would come from Connecticut to New York City. That I knew you, in Miami. So a lot of interest in a lot of different out of the box activities.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I just kind of wanted to just talk about your experience. You've been an acupuncture for 30 plus years, you know, and
Yeah,
and you, I mean, I really admired, you know, your lifestyle. I consider you just a part of my family, you know, just like my brother John. So, you know, so
yeah, yeah.
so I just
We're soul brothers that go way back, Richard, way back.
it's
Yeah.
exactly. So I kind of want you to kind of go over your state of mind. You know, we're always, you know, almost in sync. You know, if something new comes up, I remember even that Kriya Yoga book. You know, both of us, you know, kind of, you know, grabbed that and took a
Yeah.
look at that, and
Isn't that wild?
yeah.
Isn't that wild? I tell you. Yeah, there's some kind of morphic resonance between our minds, and we just kind of move into the same things and get interested in the same things. It's wild. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, my beginnings go way back to where you know, my grandmother. I give her a lot of credit of leading me towards the spiritual world, because when I was a kid, I don't know, 16, I guess, she gave me a book called Knowledge of Higher Worlds and Its Attainment.
Oh,
Yeah, and sat me down real seriously and said, you know, you're ready for this. This was by Rudolf Steiner. So
okay, Steiner.
yeah.
Okay.
So she was an anthroposophist, and prior to that, a Rosicrucian.
Oh, whoa, okay.
Yeah,
Whoa,
yeah.
I never knew that. Oh.
Yeah. So she practiced all that kind of stuff, and actually, my first meditation, what was after I finished that book, we met again, and she goes, "What'd you think?" And I go, "Wow, it's pretty heavy stuff." And she goes, "Well, I think you're ready to learn how to meditate." And I said, "Really? Okay. I didn't even know that was in here." She goes, "That book is an initiation, just going through it and reading." I said, "That's wild." Her name was Mumsy. So I said, "Well, what do you got?" She goes, "Well, I'm going to teach you the Rose and the Cross meditation." And I said, "Oh my God." So she goes, "There's a whole thing with our minds and how we can visualize, you know." And that was the first time I even heard of this stuff, you know. It's like, visualize, wow. So yeah, it was basically where you visualize a cross, and then on it you place these roses around it.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
and yeah. So I won't get too much into the depth of that, because some of these are secret teachings of the esoteric world, you know. But that was kind of my first introduction, and then just got interested in things from there, you know.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, it's
So
funny because that's how I got introduced, was through my grandmother. You know, my grandmother, her mother was friends with Mary Baker Eddy, you know, from Christian Science.
right,
So she would
yes,
always tell me, you know, my brother, you know, John and I, you know, we were like that 3 or 4 years, you know, God always loved you. And the way she said it, you know, would just make my brother and I giggle and laugh, you know. and she did that all throughout you know, her life, you know. So, and you know,
that's
she never
wild.
gave us teachings per se, but she just kind of represented just that nature, that, you know, kindness, love, you know, compassion, you know. And so it
Yeah,
kind of made me, you know, that I really admired, you know, those characters. And so it's
yeah.
funny, you know, how we get instilled with those at a young age.
I know, in such a young age. I mean, recently it's so funny. So I visited a few times. So when I got into college and we had breaks here and there, I'd go to the Goetheanum in Switzerland, and that's where the main study group is for anthroposophy. That's kind of their world headquarters, you
Oh,
know.
okay. Uh-huh.
And that's where you know, the Nazis tried to burn down the original Goetheanum, which is just an amazing structure, and then they built one out of concrete with walls like about 8 feet thick, you know. So
Uh-huh.
I studied there, and that's where I got the feeling for health and taking care of the body. So that was the real early days, you know, of learning how to use creative visualization, prayer, and natural substances. Because Steiner was he was an organic. He developed biodynamic farming, and he developed these remedies called all kinds of different names, but they were natural remedies similar to homeopathics, you know.
Mhm. Yeah,
And
yeah.
one of them was made from mistletoe, and it was a remedy for all kinds of cancers and things like that. So I got a little bit of exposure to it there, and then that piqued my interest over time. And then you know, listening to, and then those early days, you know, we were going to Paul McLean and listening to mediums and channeling and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, 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 yeah.
So that stuff, you know, they'd always talk about, you know, like we say, outside the box stuff, you
Yeah.
know,
Mhm.
and so it kind of hooked me. But you know, my first thing was I had to get through college, and then I spent 7 years in banking, you know, in a
Oh,
big
so
bank.
that's right, banking. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had a degree in accounting, so I went into banking, and 7 years was enough for me. You know, I just finally quit and walked out.
You had the mind for it, but you didn't have the heart for it.
That's exactly right. I could do it and figure it all out, but I didn't like that whole corporate structure of you know, climbing the ladder and having to prove yourself to all these bosses, and you know, that whole thing. Run up, you know, learn how to make more money for everybody. You know, that whole paradigm. It's kind of strange.
That
But
was
anyways, from there, huh?
well, it's kind of funny because the same time period you were into Steiner and preventative medicine. You know,
Yeah.
in high school, I was into preventative medicine. You know, I didn't
Yeah,
even heard
wow.
the word before, but the way I look at it, this is the only body you get, right? There's no trade-ins, you know,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
at a young age, I thought, this is the only body you get. You might as well learn how to take care of it.
Yeah, exactly. And in those days, that the first time I ever heard of, remember, natural food stores, it's when, you know, when I got involved with Maraji and doing more Eastern philosophy and Eastern meditation, that's when I went to my first health food stores, you know. And in the ashram, the local ashram, they had a little co-op. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Every center would have a little co-op, and you know, on Saturdays we'd have, you know, all the grains and beans, and I remember farmers cheese and all that. That I always loved that kind of food, you know. And talk about Govinda. There was always I think it was Indian restaurant named Govinda, and I used to love to eat there because I used to love the Indian food, you know, just the best.
Yeah.
So those were early days, and then so from Providence, you know, I quit my job, and then I went down to Florida. My sister was working for a very rich guy and had all these rental apartments, and she got me into one for free. So I got in there, and I figured I'll just spend my time looking around, and then that's when I got caught by acupuncture.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to a guy in Coral Gables. His name was Mark Wan, and he just had an herbal pharmacy, the old Chinese pharmacy with all the jars, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he had even one of those old chests, you know, and one whole wall was covered with these old chests where you pull out the drawers, and you had all the herbs in there. And so I don't know, it was some premies that told me, yeah, this guy's great, you know, and you can just go in, he takes your pulses, reads your tongue, and, you know, writes you out a prescription on a big piece of paper and dumps the herbs on there, you know. So I went in there, and that was, it just fascinated me, you know. It's like, wow, this is so cool. And of course, in those days, there's no licensing or anything, you know. It's like, I don't know, it's 1980, I think. And so that's how it caught me. And then I figured, this is something, you could really do this. You could really do this for a living, you know. So, and then I tried some acupuncture, and my first acupuncture, Richard, I went out of body. Yeah, I was face down, and he put some needles in. I later learned they were kind of the windows of the sky kind of points, and down these points called Huato Jaji. He popped a few in there, and I just started spinning around And next thing you know, boom, I'm up in the ceiling viewing
Oh,
my body with the needles in it, you know.
oh, wow.
It was really wild. And then I had gone out once before when I had this super high fever once when I was like, I don't know, 20. And so I knew enough that I could move around a little bit. So I went out of it. First I was in his shop and I'm looking at everything. And then I went out and I'm starting to move around the streets and I'm just flying around, you know.
Oh, wow.
And when I came back, so he comes in, he takes the needles out and I went bam, back into my body. And his wife was his assistant and she was the one that spoke really good English, and his English wasn't so great. But she comes in and she says, well, that was your first treatment, you know, how was that? I said, how was that? That was like awesome. You know, and she didn't know what I was talking about because she just thought I got a treatment and I was just feeling good, you know. So I thought that's what happened all the time, you know. But anyways, that's when I got hooked, and then I started. I went to a school there on Miami Beach, and
I didn't know there really was a school there. I had no idea. You know, I went to Miami Beach for 6 years. There was a school there?
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Oh.
Yeah, it was there from about late 70s till 86. I think it closed up just after I graduated, 86, 87, something like that.
Wow, wow.
Yeah. There was a school there, and
where was it?
And it was right on Lincoln Road Mall.
Oh yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the coolest place. You know, in those days you could rent something for just nothing. You know,
Yeah.
it was all these vacant stores and stuff, and so he had this real vacant storefront. I think it used to be a bookstore or something because they had a lot of books and shelves, and so yeah, it was big too. It's really large. I mean, there were about 50 students. And he just brought in some folding tables and set up, you know, a chalkboard in the front, and he was in business, you know.
Because I worked right around the corner. I worked for the Miami Beach Police at City Hall.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah,
right around the corner.
Right around,
yeah.
and I had no idea. You know, if I did know, you know, I would have done that. You know, I didn't.
Yeah.
I had no idea. Yeah.
Isn't that wild? And it had a student clinic upstairs. It had like 2 floors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and upstairs we'd pull in the guinea pigs to practice on, you know.
Yeah.
So and there were a couple guys from China that didn't speak hardly any English that came and had some kind of visas to work there. You know, we had a couple of them come and go, but it was pretty far out. And so you know, I graduated from there. But when I graduated, so he was licensed as a secondary educational school, and he had all his licensing and everything. But when we graduated, the AMA sued to keep acupuncture out of Florida.
Oh gosh. Oh.
Yeah. So they did that, and so from 86 to 90, that's when I went out west and did all that kind of stuff because I couldn't get licensed in Florida.
Yeah. Wow.
And then when I was out west somewhere, it was out there when I was with you and stuff. That I think was like in 87 or 86, 87. Anyways, I found out about 89 they won the lawsuit. So then I flew back to Florida and took the boards and passed them. I don't know how, because I had been out of school for so long, you know.
Yeah.
But anyways, I passed them, and then I started in 1990.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a circuitous route, but I finally got there.
Yeah. So I remember I even wrote a chapter in my dragons about David the dragon. You know, and
Yeah.
About, you know, you and acupuncture. I said, you know, David the dragon, you know, discovered, you know, acupuncture. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a real weird thing to discover it in those days, but I was very much interested in like radiology and distant healing and energy healing, and I also studied polarity by this guy Stone, and so I was just into all that kind of stuff. And then when I went out west, it was just really magical that whole time out there for a few years, you know. And so it was actually, you know how the universe does. I needed those few years to just travel and do all those things, and then it was perfect timing to come back and get licensed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So then I had to sit down and have a little plan, you know, open an office and market yourself and do all that.
Uh-huh. Oh, wow, interesting. So
Yeah.
around that time, that's where John Barr and I we got involved with the Monroe Institute. So you know, similar lines. You know, when they stick the needles in, you know,
That's right.
you know, it created that experience. And Robert Monroe was using heavy sync. You know, he was using
Right.
different types of instruments, but basically doing the same exact thing. You know, a different way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. Far out stuff. And I studied under a guy called Worsley, and he had a school as well. It was up in Miami Lakes, and I'd go there for classes and extra learning and stuff. He was a really far out guy, and that's where I learned the real essence of Chinese medicine. Was it actually started as demonology, Richard? Demonology. So you know, you get back to the classics. It's called Yellow Emperor's Classics, and you go back a couple thousand years or more. People looked at the body ailments and different conditions as demons, and the demons were to be released and let go. So one of the things they came up through trial and error, this and that, was, well, let's puncture the body, you know, and let those demons out. So one of the real esoteric teachings, it was called release the dragons to eat the demons.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah. So of course, as you know, in the Eastern philosophies, the dragons are wonderful.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
they're auspicious,
right,
you know.
Right. Yeah.
And you get into the Western mind, and the dragons, you know, they're to be slain, and you know, that kind
And
of
they're
thing.
greedy and they hoard gold.
Yeah, and they've got a cavern underground where they pile up the treasures, you know, and that stuff. So, anyways, so I got into a branch of acupuncture, and it doesn't have any particular name, but it was more giving more importance to the Taoism, which is the philosophy that is the foundation of Chinese medicine.
Mm-hmm.
And that the emotions are the etiology of many of the conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And so dealing with the psyche and the soul, the corporeal soul, and Po, and all these different things, Shen, the spirit, dealing with that is the highest level of acupuncture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so I started learning that. And so you really have to sit and talk with your patient and listen.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, you come up with a formula to treat them. But the listening and the teaching is really important. And of course, today, not many people practice that way, because it's more like, sort of like yoga. It's been reduced to a technique.
Yeah.
You know, it's,
Uh-huh.
you know, needling technique and that kind of thing. And
yeah, I told you recently, you know, I wrote a commentary on the Tao Te Ching. You know, imagine this. I had this, you know, the Tao Te Ching in my bookshelf for about over 40 years. Pick up the first chapter, you know, chapter 1, and I would read it. I loved it, but I couldn't go through page 2. I couldn't read the rest of the book. So during this global shutdown, I said, I got time on my hands. I'm going to master this. So you know, basically, I went through the entire thing, and what a master! I mean, for me, I got such great insight from it. You know, if the world today would utilize just 1/10 of that knowledge, that wisdom contained in that, oh my gosh! You know, and talk about even the current day affairs. You know, what Lao Tzu was talking about for politics. Same thing is happening today. So it's kind of amazing how you know, you learned that, let's say, like 20 or actually about 30 years ago, and then And now, because I always wanted to learn more about Chinese medicine and a Taoist, and
Yeah.
reading that, I feel like I have a good handle on it.
Oh yeah, you do. You really do. I think back to, remember I sent you something on, I think I sent it to you, Jason Giordani, and he discovered how Gautama, who was the Buddha,
Oh
traveled.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
isn't that far out?
Oh,
He's an Iranian scholar, and he discovered how Gautama traveled into China, and in China he was called Lao Tzu.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to turn over every book I ever read on Buddhism, and Buddha. And I've told my Buddhist one here who's a meditation teacher, and I've told a couple people, and they just haven't even gone in to look into it. And I find it like super fascinating, because how could one guy, the I Ching and the Eightfold Path and all this stuff, it's wild.
And you
So-
can see it because at that time the Persian Empire was extremely vast and went all the way to the doorsteps of China, and
Yeah.
take a look at Afghanistan. They have, why do they have Buddhist temples there? Why did the Taliban shoot them? I mean, when I listened to that and I saw the YouTube video on it, my wife and I were just like jaws, struck. Oh my gosh, this is a whole different, history. I don't think we probably only grasp 10% of past history.
Oh, I know. And you get into these teachings, it just starts to blow your mind at what comes through. So some of the most potent teachings I learned, like these, using what they call the window of the sky points that allow you to connect to spirit and allow you to develop and move into a state that helps your body relax, release, and start the healing process. Just in being an acupuncturist, one thing I realized after many years of doing it is that you are working as a shaman, because just the techniques and going through the rituals that happen, there's a real ritual that's set up. A patient comes in and you're discussing with them, listening closely, and then you're taking their pulse and you're looking at their tongue, and it's a real ritual. And then they lay on the table and you go through this cleaning the points, and then you go over and you're opening the needles, and they're watching this, and what's happening is what's clicking in on their mind is that, okay, I'm here to allow my body to start the healing, let's let this begin. And so I was very aware of that, because just if let's say you don't put the right set of needles in, or you don't get to the area of blockages that you need to open, just the placebo effect is powerful. So the mind of the patient kicks in, because you're going through this ritual, and it is a big ritual, because what happens is, if you really get some points, the patient should kind of go into a state where the thoughts kind of drop away, they feel energy moving in their body, and they just let go, and you tell them, just relax, let the healing begin. I'd say that, and then they'd go, oh, and they'd sit back. And a lot of times I'd come in and there'd be tears flowing down their face, and they would just let it start, So that is as important to acupuncture as it is to selecting, and placing a needle in the patient,
Yeah.
So that I learned a lot through that, and I saw the power of that. I just used it recently, I'm basically retired, but I of course I'm still licensed, and I do a few friends and family and that kind of thing, a few people here and there. So I just got a patient up here about 2 weeks ago, and an old friend of mine, a guy I've known for a long time, and he really went down, Richard, from the collective heaviness, unconscious, you know, the fear that's out there.
Yeah.
And it really got a hold of him, and he went into panic attacks, extreme anxiety, and I would say close to a psychotic break, you know. And so, you know, when I got here, I knew I just had to see him and see what I could do. And so I applied all these techniques, and he just called me yesterday, and he finally broke through. He broke out of the anxiety, and it was severe, you know, with tremendous energy coming up from the lower chakras, coming up through him. He couldn't sleep at night. He hadn't slept for many nights. And it was through just the collective anxiety and fear that's going through the planet. He just tapped into it, and it just grabbed him, you know. So anyways, just using these techniques, we broke through, and he let go.
So that's kind of like that. That's the dragon slaying the demons.
That's
right?
exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, you know, the modern day version would be letting go. You know, the mind. You put himself in a state of relaxation where the mind and body get in sync, and it lets go of the trauma.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of trauma there, and
Yeah.
and so we'll do it again. I head out there again on Wednesday, and we'll work again, and so it works, and this is the healing, of course, that the whole population needs, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's a letting go of the personal self, you know, that self that drives you to just want more and seek this and chase that. All of that causes the disruptions and the depression of your energy.
Mm-hmm.
So what I would teach is just like a lot of these saints and sages have taught, you have to see what's going on and relax and release it. Keep your heart open, because as soon as you cramp down and close down around any of these events, that closing literally shuts down the acupuncture points and the chakras, the large chakras and the nadis that they call it in Ayurvedic and India, the nadis or nadis. There's thousands of them, but the reason they close down, because you close down psychically.
Exactly.
So you know this so well. You see an event, and if you just awfulize that event and keep pumping your awareness into it and allow it to take you over, what happens is that suppresses your energy, and you get depressed because your energy gets depressed.
Mm-hmm. And it's kind of like what we were talking before. The body's like we're all master chemists, whether we like it or not. We're good chemists or bad chemists, you know. Most of the population, we're not very good at chemistry. You know, most America, you can't even turn off, you know, the stress hormones. You know, the faucet of adrenaline is running 24 hours a day. You know, and this is an angry nation.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And even, you know, Buddha said, you know, getting angry is drinking your own poison. You know,
I love that saying. Yeah. Drinking poison and thinking the other guy's gonna die.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and scientists even know that. You know, the last 15 years, you know, they know that every thought you have either creates 1,500 positive chemicals or 1,500 negative chemicals.
Wow.
So we are our own, you know, chemists, and so let's say when a person gets anger, automatically, whether you like it or not, first there's initial flood of adrenaline. That's how it's instantaneous. You can't control that, but for a second. But what you can control is the moments after, instead of holding on to it. you then can go back into that state, you know, of being just in a state of gratitude. You know, gratitude is the state that automatically restores the body and mind, you know, to be at ease. So
Yeah, definitely.
so nobody gets a free ride, but
No,
yeah,
no. We're responsible. We're responsible for our own psyche and that experience that's going on. You know, if you can get a lot of joy because you see something you like, you know, and that's coming from within you. So why the hell are you closing down when you see something you don't like? You just you don't identify with it. You know, we all hold these beliefs, conditionings, and models within our mind of how we'd like it to happen. But if it's not happening like that model, don't go down the tubes about it. You know, you just got to be able to handle it. And right now, of course, there's a lot to handle.
yeah, exactly.
There's a lot going on. You know, it's pretty crazy. You know, we got a biosphere that's crashing. We've got, you know, the planet's heating up. You know,
global shutdown. Mother Nature's told us all to go to our rooms. You know.
Yeah. I mean, think of it. It's crazy. So, and my aunt, who was she was a eurythmist. She practiced in Switzerland at the Goetheanum, and they teach eurythmy and psychology and that kind of thing. So she was a psychologist and stuff. And I asked her once, and she since passed a couple of years ago. And I asked her once, I go, what's going on at this? She would handle like very young kids and teenagers. And she'd tell me how some were committing suicide. They were talking about suicide and all this crazy stuff. And she says they're just tapping in to this collective unconscious of fear, you know, and they feel it in their body. Right. So she would just tell them how to recognize it. And like you had just said, you've got to just feel it, release it, and let it go. You know, you can't resist it. You got to let it just move through you and go. And she was telling me too, there was some kind of study out there where the emotion, let's say fear or anger or something comes up, it really can only last 90 seconds.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Have you heard that? I don't know.
I heard that. Yep.
Yeah, it can last 90 seconds. So if you don't keep feeding it with the thoughts that started the whole thing, and you just, you know, be still, let it move through you, the damn thing will go, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, yep. I've heard that time and time again. Yep. Yeah. And yet, so we know some people who hold on to it, an event that happened 30, 40 years ago. I can't talk to this person.
Yeah.
You know, and you talk to the other person, well, I had no idea what you're talking about. I forgot that years ago, you know? And and yet, you know, humanity, we hold on for dear life. Even if we know that it's causing us harm, we still hold on. That's kind of a sad thing, isn't it? You know?
That is. And I think that goes to the central identity too, when you keep ruminating on these things and reifying those thoughts and stuff. It's because you've lost. There's such a vast identification with that personal self. And all of that, instead of making deep connections to the essence, to the true self, to the awareness and consciousness that you are. And if you don't have a meditation practice and be able to, commune with that energy within you, then what the hell do you know? You know, you're just out there getting pushed around by society and their ideas. You don't get to your individuation, you don't get to that spirit that you are. And so I spend time every day. I commune with that inner energy, you might want to call it essence, in Kriya Yoga. You can tap into it. It's funny, recently, too, I've been noticing, Richard, that in doing the Kriya techniques, I definitely feel the energy moving more and kind of, becoming with it. But I've also found that, this is for me personally, I don't need to really move that energy around doing the Kriya technique, moving it up my spine into the the third eye or stuff like that. When I feel it, I just kind of commune with it. I just kind of be with it, because she'll just kind of go and do what she wants. And so I don't feel like I need to, other than the simple, techniques of, with the tongue and stuff like that, where you just sit and hold them. Right. Or even get into the posture, and I hold my hands like Lahiri. I mean, I just find that I'm just being with the energy now. I don't want to move it around, and maybe that's a phase. I don't know, but I feel pretty good with that. I don't know what your experience is.
Well, yeah. We're on the same wavelength. For me, there's a force field, the quantum field that you get into. The quantum field doesn't care. Yeah. Okay, focus on this. It exists everywhere. It exists in every single atom in the human body. So, yeah,
there you go. Yeah.
So this is going beyond, the human body. The human body at that point in meditation should be secondary. And what you're saying is true. There's that power of that, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
You tap into that and you dissolve and you merge with that.
Yeah. I like that. Just merging with the quantum field, and then because the body. I don't want to keep focusing on the body and moving the energy that is that quantum field. So that I guess we just came to the same freaking realization again, Richard.
Exactly.
I just been like sitting with it and letting it be, because I mean, the me. What can the me do? Nothing.
Yeah.
So
I just had this conversation with this the mystic and the scientist. So of course I was the mystic, and my other guy has studied for years quantum physics. So I told him that what is the power behind your breath? So what would happen if humanity paid attention to their breath? And he just said how boring. I would never do that in 1,000 years. And I said, well, George, you come into this world and you take your first breath, right? All right. And then you take your last breath and you're dead. What about in between? Don't you think, there's a battery pack that's keeping you alive? Don't you want to know the essence behind that battery pack? And he said, "Oh no, I don't want. No, it's not possible." So.
Oh man, yeah.
So, I was just thinking about, oh boy, if David was only here, he'd be chuckling.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. People. Sherry just ran into a woman. She's Facebook friends, and they share Zoom time and stuff. And she told her about some things she's studying, and she goes, well, that's just beliefs, and that's just philosophy. And Sherry said, no, there's actual real experience behind that. So she continued to say, no, it's just beliefs, conditioning, philosophy. And Sherry goes, no, I'm actually having experiences, but you know what? You have to have a little bit of a scaffolding, but if you would do this and this and this, you could actually walk that and experience it for yourself. You could see how an emotional move through you and let go. You can feel the essence, and so, but she doesn't want to do it. So for her, it all just stays mental as a philosophy,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so what do you do with that? It's sort of like that guy. There's a lot of skeptics out there that think that way too. Instead of genuine scientists and looking at something interesting and analyzing it and working with it, they write it off. It's all like this guy Michael Shermer. It's all swamp gas. It's like, oh, they have parts of a vehicle. Well, that can't be, because vehicles could never get here from another planet. Instead of actually looking at the evidence and talking with the guys that are there watching the vehicles and analyzing them, he just makes stuff up,
Yeah.
So
yeah.
this is the it's the human mind. What do? Is just observe it.
Mm-hmm. And yet, I've been doing so much research in the last 3 years, and the ancients have been talking about the quantum field. They didn't call it quantum field, mind you, but they talked about a field that exists in all universes, in all dimensions. They even had a concept, the breath of Brahma, which is 16 billion years, one breath in, and the other breath, out, exhale is another 16 billion years. 16 billion,
Wow.
mind you. So they knew about the cycles of the universe being created and destroyed. They knew that there's, I saw one scientific theory, they say 10 to the 28th power, that's how many universes, mathematically, that they say, 10 to the 28th. That's a huge number.
That's a gigantic number. It's past a Google, I think.
Oh yeah, way past a Google. Oh wait, yeah. So that's kind of embedded, in these ancient cultures that we can, discover, that sacred wisdom and knowledge. It's there.
Yeah.
But we pay so much attention, just like a carrot on a stick, externally. That way.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's the essence of it all. People are just they're just entrained into, I like this, I don't like that. I want this, I don't want that. And if you live your whole life in that paradigm, you can never break out and get to the essence of your being, because you just, all your value is into things that are outside of you.
Right. Yeah.
And that's why science has a hard time with what's inside of you, because it's subjective, right?
Right.
I see and I feel, and there aren't any instruments to quantify that right now. And I tell you, in some distant future, it will be where we can observe these things, right?
Yeah.
But right now we can't. So if you can't study it objectively, it doesn't exist. So that's caught, that kind of what do you call it? The reductionist mindset has caught most of humanity.
Yeah.
And there's only a few breaking through, like the guys you're talking to. There's some that are really breaking through.
I love the story of David Bohm. David.
Oh yeah.
Here it is. His wife started reading literature on Krishnamurti, and she said, and she started scratching her head. Hey, David. This guy's talking about the observer and the observed. But he's using the lab inside, and you're using the lab outside. But both of you are talking about the same thing. And so David was wise enough, once again, to say, I'm going to have to investigate this. So he had a 25-year relationship with Krishnamurti. So
wow.
And it's all based upon he had the guts to say, okay, well, I'm interested. I want to think outside the box. I'm an expert in my field, but here's another expert in his field, and he's going entirely, the both of them are going entirely different directions, but they're trying to reach the same place.
Yeah. Krishnamurti was a far out guy. I went to his center, the Meditation Mountain, Ojai. Yeah, Ojai. Yeah, that was a far out place. Learned some stuff. They have a whole library there of his stuff. Yeah, I didn't know David Bohm was in contact with him, but Einstein must have really been in contact with these teachings too, because he used to come out with quite a few kind of Zen sayings, Zen,
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, he had some good ones. Yeah.
And Tesla was friends with Swami Vivekananda.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So that was, so imagine that. I would love to sit in on their conversations.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Vivekananda, he was really far out, the guy, and I guess he was like one of the first real Indian swamis to come over, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I,
he's the very first one,
yeah,
1888, went to the Chicago, the religions, conference. So
isn't that
imagine
wild?
this, a Swami, he was invited to talk, and so his very first thing that he said, is my dear brothers and sisters. Yeah, the Westerners never heard that before. Just from that, say, my dear brothers and sisters, they gave him a standing ovation. It was so far, outside, the current box.
Wow, isn't that phenomenal? Yeah, that just hit him in the heart. That opened the heart right away.
Exactly. Because they were probably thinking, a lot of, this is a fat Indian, just all, this kinds of negative connotations. What is an Indian? What kind of wisdom would come from India? But that was just, basically the straw that broke the camel's back, for humanity. Just that. Wow.
So amazing guy. Yeah. Yeah, I think Steiner really liked him too. I remember they both at one time, I remember some people asking both Steiner and Vivekananda, like, what's going on with some of these people? How come they're, they're starting wars and murdering people? And, Steiner was very aware of Hitler coming into power. He told about him in the early 20s. He said, watch out, and he warned people of this. And that's why he moved his group out of Austria to Switzerland. And they both said, and this is really strange, I don't know what to make about it, but Vivekananda said it too, not everybody walking around is actually a human being. And that used to really get me. And I'm going like, well, what are they? What's going on there?
Yeah.
I still don't have the answer to that, but Vivekananda said it too, and Steiner did too. He just said, listen, there's some people walking around that don't have that whole makeup of a true human being. And I thought, wow, oh my God, what are we dealing with here,
The closest I can get to that is I saw a thing on NPR about 3 years ago, and it was about chickens. So they did research for 3 years on chickens. So they took all the angry chickens from one group and put them into a group all by themselves. Then they had, the mom and pop, the happy-go-lucky chickens and the chicklets, And so then after 3 years, all the chickens that were aggressive, not one existed. They all died out. Now, you take a look, at the other chickens, the happy-go-lucky, chicklets and the moms and dads, they were leading the ordinary life. So maybe that is the difference when they say that not human. The ones who have that trait of aggressiveness, which unfortunately so many leaders around the world, have that tendency of anger, controlling this and that. So,
yes, that's really good insight, Richard. I really like that because I believe at our very core nature is that we're very compassionate and loving and giving. There's a lot of people out there with the kind of paradigm that at our very nature we're evil and we're upset and we're killers and we're aggressive. We're fighting for territory. I don't think that is our nature. I think that's learned behavior.
Yeah. And the way I look at it is life is a video game. In terms you go from one level, to another level. Ultimately, there'll be a level of humanity where you have the collective unconscious conscious. So in terms, even human beings, we rise to the point of awareness where we are the unconscious conscious. Maybe not even in a human body. And for me, that's going from darkness into light. So it's a video game, a stage. So, and civilizations, the way I look at it, well, some don't fare too well. No, you don't get a free ride. So basically, some blow themselves up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, they do.
yeah,
That's the Fermi concept. He was the physicist that said we're not seeing visitors from other planets and galaxies because they probably arise to their technology, but they blow themselves up, and so
yeah.
they don't make it here because their consciousness doesn't change and to keep up with the technology that they get. So that's it. Boom. Let's hope we don't do that. I don't think so, but you
I don't
never
think
know.
we're going to do that. No,
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think there's so many people a lot like you and me. I mean, just think, you walk into a dark room and you just have just one match, and it lights up the room. It's not
Yeah.
bright, but at least it lights up the room. At least you can see what's going on. And so right now, even with all this chaos, I think light is shining darkness on the darkness, and darkness has no place to hide. I mean, look at all these things that we never knew about. The children, being sold into slavery, for sex. It's a huge thing, around the world. That's all. All those darknesses that's coming to the forefront.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of healing has to begin for the shadow to come up
Yeah,
and to
yeah.
be seen, bring it into the light of day so you know what's going on. What do you think about recently there's been some mathematicians and physicians that are leaning towards the theory of like you had just said, like a video game, like we're in a simulation, I think they call it. And I haven't looked into it too much, but I'm wondering if you've read it or heard anything on that yet.
Yeah, I heard about that theory. Supposedly, the entire universe is supposed to be a simulation. I don't know if I buy that per se, because for me,
Yeah.
I think that the universe is total kindness, and it's not playing a game upon us in that way. It doesn't judge us. It doesn't criticize us. Now it wants us to mature. Basically right now, I think we're spoiled brats on this planet.
That's the level we're at, toddlers.
Yeah. I mean, who would ever believe, during this global shutdown, people say don't wear a mask. I mean, there's and people argue, and basically, hundreds of thousands of Americans get infected. I mean, actually, how many millions of people have gotten it? And, over 200,000 people just have died in the States. I mean, and we're still arguing. We can't get anything done. So, but I do believe in the video game we advance from darkness to light. I mean that, and every individual has that responsibility. It isn't the world's responsibility. It's our responsibility.
Yeah.
We have to advance through the levels.
Yeah. We're here to really learn how to walk this dimension and understand it and learn the wisdom from the challenges that face us, and they're great for sure in our personal life, and then of course in society wide. They're huge right now. So yeah, I think it's interesting to hear that theory on simulation, but again, they've arrived at it through mathematics and not really any testing of it. Sort of like string theory kind of came, and they never really could come up with a way to test it either.
Well, the closest I can come to that is you go to a movie theater, all right, and you're watching the movie, but if you turn around, what do you see? Light streaming from projector and projecting on a screen. So in one way, they're right. It is a simulation. It's not, what we think is reality really is not reality. We do get totally sucked into the movie, right? How many humans actually turn around, go inside, and see the light inside?
Yeah.
Not too many.
Not many.
So for that theory, which actually is not even a theory, which is practical and down to earth, you can say it's a simulation.
Yeah, at that level, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, really interesting. Yeah, I think this new, it's kind of these new paradigms coming forth from some of the leading edge physicists where they're talking about how everything, the energy, the molecules, the subatomic models are actually emerging out of this field of consciousness. I find that just fascinating.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
That's really just amazing because that in our essence is what we are. We're made up of that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you just you have this awareness and you're conscious, you're being aware. I mean, that is such a fundamental. It's just so fundamental. It's interesting that that energy could actually, you know, sort of self-effulgently push out material matter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's wild stuff.
Yeah, that is. You know, personally, I just started a book today called Physics of Spirituality. And I'm writing it with my brother's business partner, Gurvinder, who's been studying quantum mechanics for about 50 years. But also at the same time, he's, you know, he was in the same knowledge session as Miraji. He was 5, 6 years old. There was about, you know, 10 kids, you know, in that group. His dad was I'm sorry, his uncle was Yogi Bhaja. Oh, I think I asked you before. You don't remember?
Yeah, I didn't know him. I heard of him. Yeah.
He is a real famous Sikh. So we're gonna go, and he has intimate friends, you know, all around the world, you know, so who are physicists, but they have the same point of view that we have. So I'm writing this book, and then also I'm going to interview all these people because he has all these connections, and then so we're going to have, you know, talks with, you know, this person and explaining, you know, the latest scientific view, which most scientists refuse, you know, to delve into it because their careers, you know, will be at stake. You know, you know, if you have to follow the convention, as you know, and if you don't, you know, then you get blacklisted. And David Bohm was a typical example of someone who got blacklisted.
Yeah. Who was that got blacklisted?
David Bohm. You know,
oh yeah, right, David Bohm. Yes.
Yeah.
And Wheeler and some of those early guys, they were hitting on this already in the early days.
Yeah. You know, David Bohm was remember the McCarthy era. You know, the commie underneath your
right.
You know, he was interested in, you know, exploring different types of politics. We're in the United States, especially during the 50s. That's a big no-no. You know, you can't. Yeah. So.
Yeah, they just got rid of you fast. And what's Govinda and your brother doing right now? I mean, do they have, is their business anything related to this or physics, or what are they up to?
Well, to be honest, I'll probably have to talk to you offline on that.
Yeah. Okay.
But, you know, there's you know, in the past, you know, there's parts of the government who like what they're doing, and there's a parts of the government that totally dislike what they're doing.
Yeah.
And you try to help humanity, a lot of times there's a certain point. Some people will like it, and some people don't. So
right.
We'll leave it.
Yeah. Well, it's like that in so many fields. That whole meme is gone through medicine and agriculture. You know, I mean, it's just unbelievable that even in medicine, you come up with a fantastic healing and cures for things. But if it didn't come out of the pharmaceutical industry and patented, they just don't want to know about it.
Yeah.
You know, and will actively suppress it. And that just hurts everybody, you know, and it's just tough. But monopolies have grown and grown and grown, you know. They've just, agriculture's one big monopoly now too. It's hard to move outside of those circles too far as well.
We saw that as a kid. I remember like 5 years before my dad died, I asked him, "Hey Dad, you know, how come you've been kind of pissed off towards the government for these years?" He says, "Well, okay, let me tell you a story. You know, I told you about the house of the future. But get this, during that time, my dad and grandfather built a house where your wife could wake up in the morning and say, honey, you know, could you please move the bathroom? So it was on tracks. So you could move, you know, the bathroom around. You could move components all around the house. And so when the government heard about that, especially the construction union in California, they said, if you ever get this off the ground, you and your family will be 6 feet under. That's the type of test that he got.
Yes,
And
right.
we also had a Jeep where you could shoot out its tires and it would float downstream, and was cheaper, you know, than the Ford Jeep. But we could never, you know, make a bid with the government for that. So,
Yeah.
you know, at that point, my dad was only, I think, 22 years old, and said, I'm out of this invention industry. Or he
Yeah.
became the youngest stockbroker then on the New York Stock Exchange. I think he was like
Wow.
20 years old.
That was probably a good move, though. It's interesting because my dad was inventing quite a few things too. He worked for, I think it was Dow Chemical, where he co-invented the wafer battery back in the early 50s. These were the real small. Yeah, and so he went on, and he was a chemical engineer, and he invented other things too. And before the Valdez big oil spill out in the West Coast,
Yeah, not Alaska. Yeah.
he had been working on for several years an oil water separator, and he had it perfected about a year before that spill. And he even had the Coast Guard bought 2 of them from the company he was working for. These were gigantic machines. They were basically centrifuges that they put the booms out around the oil spill, and the bow of the ship would go down enough to take in to you know, inside the cargo holds, it'd take in the water and the oil, suck it in, you know. And then these centrifuges, it would pass through these centrifuges, and all you had to do, it would pump water over the side, and oil, it would completely separate them. And all you had to do is pull up another tanker to start filling it up, and they'd pump it into the next tanker. So he figured it was called the first responders, and he had one down in Miami, and there was I forget where the other one. I think it was I think it was in San Diego, down near the Navy yards down there. So he had 2 of them, and he sold them to the Coast Guard. And do you know, when that oil spill hit, he was going crazy trying to get the Coast Guard to bring that, it's called the first responder, to get the booms out around the spill and start picking it up. And do you know that Exxon would not allow that ship to come up there anywhere near where it, and he was just going crazy. He goes, what's going on? And the politicians at the time called it off because they did not want to pay to run that ship and pick up the spill. They wanted to go ashore, and they said, we'll clean it up from there.
Oh, God.
It's unbelievable, Richard, just unbelievable. And the same thing happened when you had that big, the BP spill, right?
On Gulf Coast, yeah, Gulf, yeah.
He tried to get them to put the booms out there. He had my brother going down there taking samples of the water, which he had to like smuggle out there. They wouldn't even let him near it in a boat. And anyways, they would not use my father's equipment. What did they want to do? He said they want to spread chemicals over the entire oil field, more chemicals in the ocean that the oil attracts, and then sink it to the bottom.
Oh.
It's unbelievable, Richard. This is what's going on. And this was all approved by the FDA, you know, whoever the big marine guys are. Yeah. So they never used it again. He says, I give up. It's just ridiculous trying to make and do these things. And then he found out the Chinese pretty much copied his patent, and they ran off, and they're using it throughout Asia. Mm-hmm. But he didn't have the money to defend it or do anything. But he said he couldn't get the United States to use it. So it drove him nuts.
Jeez.
But he let it go. He wasn't the kind of guy to hold grudges or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's kind of, you're really up against some huge forces when you try to bring out something really good. You know, it's not an easy path.
Exactly. You definitely
Yeah.
got to have a sense of humor for sure.
Yeah, you gotta. Well, that's like me working in acupuncture. You had to like, you know, have a big sense of humor. But there's a group that you know are their minds, you know, move like you're saying. Their minds move in the same field and they understand what's going on. You know, it's
Mhm.
not the sheeple out there.
Yeah. Oh.
So, anyways, it's been great, Richard.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Good to catch up.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Now people will know a little bit more than about David Schweitzer. You know, when because I have a page, you know, all about you. But that's just one page. You know, you can't
Yeah.
grasp. You know, truly, you know, having a conversation is 1,000 times more powerful than reading one page.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
Well, we'll definitely stay in contact with one another. Yeah.
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 Well, thanks for connecting in. Thanks for sending me the Zoom invite, Richard. And of course, we stay in touch.
Yeah. All right. Talk to you later. Okay.
All right. Keep me advised on what you're doing with your book as it progresses. I want to hear that.
Yeah. Okay. I say hi to Sherry.
I will. Say hello to Barbara. Bye.
Bye.
John Slowsky. My partner, John Slowsky, and I were both two ahead of our time. We developed in 1986 the first visual real estate program. Imagine doing a search for a house. Photos of all the houses would appear on the screen. Click on the house you like, and it would take you on a tour of the house. At that time, the real estate market was quite archaic. They said, we take all our customers to search for a house by a car. We said this tool can save you and your clients time by narrowing down the search. We told them that in the future, everyone, including your grandma, would be using this tool. Voila, the entire world's real estate market has tools just like this. We won awards at trade shows, but was too advanced for its time. My dear friend John Slowsky and I developed On Maui Com in 1996. It was quite revolutionary for its time. John did all the graphics for the site. Since then, John has been on the forefront of graphic design. Check out slowsky.com. We developed 3 virtual towns in Maui, Makua, Paia, and Lahaina. Imagine back then, we didn't have Google walkthroughs of towns. John and I developed something similar to what we have today. For example, I took photos of the towns in Maui. John then stitched together the photos. Back then, Verlo, virtual reality markup language, was just taken off. By the way, it didn't make it. We created virtual walkthroughs of these towns. You can stroll down the street and go into surfboard shops and art galleries. You can even buy things. Years later, we have Google Maps, where instead of a person walking down the street, they have this car with a built-in camera that could capture an image of our towns in minutes. John was also a surfer. John also loved to meditate. John loved to be creative. What else can I say? We're both peas in a pod. I have known John since 1972. He was a great friend to my brother John. I haven't seen John in many moons. He is still dear to my heart. We all have such incredible friends on this journey of life. I feel so fortunate meeting John.